Wait till I show you guys the current figures on China's. There you go. This is China's auto sales. That's the latest figures. Fuck, my spelling is so bad. I'm like, look, my next few posts will be about the next hot topic. And instead, I wrote this next. It should have been this next topic, hot topic. But yeah, anyways, it's okay. People will understand. Should have paid more attention in high school. Yeah, Marcy, I'm always ahead of the curve when it comes to those data. That's why it's so important to do your own DD. Oh, and let me show you the results. My bad. Let's found it. Now Tesla, of course, it's a unicorn. It's like this doesn't even fall under any category. They don't even have production that can justify even being on this list. It's just it's an auto, so put it on the list. And we quickly switched from bearish on Tesla to bullish at 311s, right? So, well, 3 or something. I think it was like 290s when we first bought it. Yeah, I mean, look at Ford. Ford just tanked. That's why I said like don't buy it yet. There's going to be better opportunities for us to buy these companies. And to be honest, like I'm not a fan of Ford. Like Americans never had a problem making a decent looking car. They just had a problem with like having a reliable car, A, and B, a car that actually like can compete in like a global scale, right? Like in America, it makes sense because it's cheaper to buy it, right? Like if you go in Europe, obviously there's going to be more European cars because it's cheaper for them to buy it there. And then same thing in Japan, right? You're going to see that kind of trend in whichever part of the world you're in. It's just, like God, like there's only a few cars that I like. Shelby, I like the any LS engine I love. LS engines, I think that's the one thing they did right, and they just screwed up by not putting it into more cars, like taking the technology and being like, okay, let's apply it to you know normal cars like a Buick. I do like the SUVs though. Like no one makes SUVs like Americans, and I guess trucks too. But for cars, performance, I don't know. So Greenhorn, I actually have a friend that works at the GM plant. He's actually in charge of the electrical, like auto department. And I barely get to see him because most of the time he is in the States. And I've actually talked to him a lot about it, and it just doesn't make sense. Like Tesla is so much better. Like you have so much better features, and even Even if you don't like Tesla, the Porsche is just beautiful inside and out. Even the Audi one is so good. So I don't know. Like he's really obviously he works there, so I don't know. He's biased on it, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. He's really bullish on it. He's like he loves it. Technology is good. Their AI side is amazing. Their what's it called? Like autopilot that they're working on is amazing. Can't go into more details than that, but I was like, don't see it. They're slow, like they don't have profit margins. That's the problem. There's a reason why Tesla is up and every other car manufacturer is down. It's like Tesla actually has profit margins for some goddamn reason. People are willing to pay that premium, and he's able to like capitalize on it, even though it's not much of a premium in people's eyes because they see the value of saving money on the gas expenses, right? I don't know. I don't like the Fiat. It's not my thing. Like if I had to choose, I'd go with the Mini Cooper. JCW, of course, but that's just me. Man, a Mini Cooper JCW. I always wanted that car, but I've never bought it yet. The JCW is like the John Cooper Works, which is like the higher end of the model. Like it's probably the most expensive one. It's also the one that has the most performance. You know what? I looked at pictures of the JCW and I don't want it anymore. Man, those TVIX put. I mean, spy puts. Man, it's funny. I woke up, opened my, um, you know, open Discord up, and then I went to open my broker. First thing is like the charts pop up, spies there, spies down, and like the excitement in my face. It was amazing. I was like, yes. Now the question is, how much do I scale out? I was thinking 25%. Well, I take losses too, right, Mar? Actually, I think I'm bag holding. Am I? Oh no. Oh yeah, I am. Oh, actually, I'm not down that much. So yeah, sometimes you get into bad trades. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm still down like 4% on like Pan W. I'm gonna go make a coffee. I'll be back. Oh man, what a beautiful day. Wow, 100,000 cases on coronavirus? What was it yesterday? 97, right? Shit, that's not good. Shit, active cases are on a bull flag. It's the dip before the rip. Modeling something like a virus is the exact same thing as modeling stocks, to be honest, right? You can actually look at the growth of it the same way that I look at stocks. And I don't know if Gabe's on, but this is why, I keep telling Gabe and Nick to do the FRM exam because you can actually model this ourselves. We don't have the data that those medical professionals do. They have better data. So that's why I didn't like going to modeling anything except for the spread. Now, personally, at this rate, like my fear is if it hits America, that's where it's gonna hit home, and that's where it's gonna like hurt. Like currently, it's not a big concern yet. Italy, Iran, South Korea, they're the ones that's getting affected. Like majority. Wait, what's Diamond Princess? Never heard of that. Oh, it's a cruise ship. Okay, never mind. That's how large cruise ships are, guys. They consider it its own country. I'm like, what the hell is Diamond Princess? I never heard of that country. I was like, they kind of skipped that in geography. But damn, that's crazy. First cruise liner to have more cases than Germany. Wow. Okay, France. France is like heaven. Like if you ever went to Paris, it's I feel bad for people. Actually, no, I don't feel bad for them. Paris is beautiful, but it's so like heavily populated. Yeah, I know, right? The worst name. I was like, did someone buy a country and just name it Princess? We should have one, United Islands, only for the 1% of every industry. That was Tesla's model, by the way. Like if you guys remember when Tesla actually started his company, right? So what he was doing was he was hiring the 1% of almost every industry. At that point, he didn't care who he hired except for one thing. And this is something that always ties in with everything we talk about. He hires people based on like their dedication to their job. Now obviously he does 100 hours a week, he's going to expect everyone else to do the same, right? And that's pretty much like a given. You have to expect that from a guy that's working that hard. Work like I think he has what four different companies, right? Um, that's something that he's going to expect from his employees. So I think there was a story long time ago. You guys might have to fact check this because I'm not sure if it's correct, but he hired the best ice cream truck salesman at one point. This was like way back. I can't believe it just like came back into my mind. Oh, I stopped talking. That's why. What's FMLA? You guys remember playing that virus game on your phone? You only needed that one plane to land into North America. Yeah, Madagascar was the hardest. It's funny that I use that game to like reference everything because you can actually make it, immune to like hotter temperatures. There's so many other things you can like increase like its spread through different means. Yo, sales must have gone up on that game. I just realized that people must have just like bought it just for. What would you recommend for people stuck in a long term? I mean, it's long term. How long term are you talking about? So, so that's the thing. It doesn't make sense. Like, you have to have cash. One, you have to have cash. Every single portfolio has cash, right? You have to be able to hedge, right? If you don't hedge, it's okay, but at least push your stops higher. I had so much stocks, and there's so many of them that I got stopped out of because I just pushed my stop up when I knew that it was like risk off time period for me, right? Now, hedging now doesn't make sense. I'm still holding on to my hedge for my like I have VIX when it was $15. So for me, it makes sense to have that hedge, right? Would I buy it now? No, it can go either way. Mar actually is a good example of this. Mar, I think you bought the $16 TVIX puts. And he'll tell you, like, even when SPY went up, like we retraced 50% of the move, he wasn't able to like make any like turn a profit on those um, $16 puts. And I mentioned this too, that we're not in the same like there's a reason why I never shorted TVIX. When I shorted like shorting TVIX is something everyone in this group that's been here for the last like 4 years, 3 or 4 years, I forgot how long we had the group. They know like that's the one move that I love to make, and that's the one move I always go in like fucking batshit crazy and heavy into, right? Now, this time period, this is the time period where I'm expecting higher volatility for a longer period of time, right? Because of that, I had to hedge out my risk. I can't get out of those. Like my VIX position is so beautiful. Like I'm up a lot, but I can't even like capitalize on it. I can't actually get out of that VIX position. Um, and it's just because it's there to act like a hedge, right? Now I did scale some out of VIX. I scaled like I had 200, yeah, around. But at this point, it doesn't make sense for me to tell you, oh, just close your long term positions, right? That wouldn't be a smart move either, right? If well, it's at least with the data we have right now, it wouldn't be a smart move. What if the virus spreads rapidly in America, like it did in China? What if we couldn't control it? China. You have to remember, China is the only fucking country that can implement something like this. Okay, because they literally kept people inside. They had drones telling people get the hell back, inside your homes. Like, like you couldn't do that in America, right? So for China, they can close the entire city down if they had to. They can close the stock market down if they had to. We don't have that kind of like flexibility, right? So if it spreads, the next question is where is it going to spread the most? And the next question is like which populations, like which states is going to get hit the most from it? And I posted those stats too, where like the stats of um, people that are over like 65, and those kind of states, that's going to be like my biggest issue. That's We don't want those places to be hit hard, and you'll notice that most of those places are either like Florida, for example. That's like one of the worst places. That's a huge tourist hub as well, right? That's going to be really bad for Florida, and it's going to be like something that will make the market to go down. New York, same thing. Like you can't shut down New York, right? So yeah, that's my biggest fear. Now, you know, right now we're just going by new sets of data, right? Like every time we get new sets of data, we readjust it, right? But just based on the projection of what like where we're going, it doesn't look good. That's why I'm a little bit cautious. And we don't have experience in this. This isn't a economic issue, right? You can't solve it with feds. You can't fucking solve it with stimulus packages. This is a virus, and it's affecting people and killing people, which is worse, right? And when so many medical professionals, right? You have to remember, you can't be the chief virologist or whatever, pathologist, whatever they call him, of John Hopkins by like not putting in 100-hour weeks every single week for like at least 20 years. Like I don't see that being a possibility, right? You don't get there without having that kind of experience and knowledge, right? It's not a job where you can just show up to work. So when they're expecting like a huge increase, you have to actually listen to what they're saying, right? Now the market is always going to try and justify. It's like yeah, but this is how much active cases there are. There's no one's counting the closed cases, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's not the issue though. It's the spread. That's the like the major concern, right? Now I think America is a little bit better than like China is. Like we're not like well, okay, in certain parts of the country, it's not like heavily you know populated, so I don't think it's a problem. But I was reading, it's like the virus can stay on a hard surface for 9 days. The flu only stays for 1 day. That's a huge difference. Yeah, that's the thing. The vaccine isn't a cure, one, right? Secondly, there's one more thing that you have to really worry about too. It's just that, like, just imagine if it spreads here. Let me just put the stats up. Incubation period is actually 27 days. Can you believe that? That's ridiculous. Like you can't leave your house for a month. Guys, you know how many Americans aren't like living, like wouldn't be able to like skip a week of work. They'll get behind on bills. Can you imagine 27 days, an entire month? That is ridiculous. Like no, like what is the government going to do at this point? They're gonna have to like this is the one time that maybe having like a huge defense like budget is not a bad. And like that's my fear. Like, that's my biggest fear. So if this happens, the second thing is that everyone's gonna vote for Bernie, right? Like it makes sense. And then that just means like the market is like cracked. There's no way for us to make money. And then secondly, this virus, it's just, yeah, I think that's the worst case scenario. Like people are gonna wish they had free healthcare, if this spreads at the rate that it is. Now that's the worst case scenario. That's not the scenario that I'm actually calculating. I'm calculating like not even half of, sorry. So, I told you global risk, they're projecting 1% GDP decline, right? That's the worst case scenario. So who am I to question the geniuses? Like these guys have PhDs. So mine's, I was like, okay, let's be conservative, like I always am with my figures, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go with 0.5 percent GDP. Even that, if it's 0.5, guys, like SPY should be at like 230s. Actually, let's see. Actually, yeah, 230s. 230, 240s. That's why I was like, okay, 270s. Then I cut my, if it's supposed to go at 230, I'm like, okay, I can see at least 270. That's how I kind of like justified it myself, being as conservative as I can. Well, the bankers won't matter, Greenhorn. If it spreads, right? Like it's the people that vote. Democracy works, right? So if the people get choose Bernie because of rising healthcare costs, and that's what's gonna happen, right? That I hope doesn't happen. I don't think it will. I mean, I think the likelihood of that is like really slim. So I'm not trying to scare you guys, by the way. So don't sell your long-term positions. Um, I just think like that's like something you have to prepare for. Like you have to have exit strategies. You have to know what's going to happen in the marketplace, and prepare for the worst case. If you prepare for the worst case scenario, like you really don't have to worry so much, right? I still worry about positions, like positions that I take in this time period. That's why I'm not so confident on, any of those long-term ones that I like. Like TUP is easy. It's just a penny stock. It's not going to move anywhere. And it's like there's only so much it can go. So even that, I only have like 10K, I think. Pan W, I don't have a lot. I've made more on Pan W, so I'm just bag holding it now. What else? Surprisingly, WIX was holding up pretty well. I don't know how, but it's gonna come down. So, if it doesn't break that 140 soon, I'm just gonna get out of WIX. Guys, like what Trump is saying is just for his election. You have to think about two perspectives, right? Like he's trying to make sure that his presidency is like the best. And obviously, if you put that much work to get into office, you want to be the best, right? So you're going to try and push people to do something, especially the Fed. It just doesn't make sense, guys. Like if we go to negative yields like every other freaking European country, like it's not good, guys. Like Europe is in negative yields and they have socialism. People are living happy.
DRAD.
So imagine like for us, I don't think it's a good idea.
OPK.
Fed did like way more than what they should have.
STXS. CLPS. ALBC. VIRT. STEM.
Bobby, that's jokes. Maybe that's why I'm so fast at trading. Tesla, watch Tesla. It's at that 700. If we don't crack 700, go on the short side. That's if SPY doesn't. Yeah,
CDEV.
I could see.
CS.
Actually, Tesla's looking pretty strong. I think
JSL.
it's still a 700 short, like short under 700.
Stay. CPRI. ACB.
Are you serious? Thinkorswim issues? What the hell?
Hope.
Did you ever get this like alert? It says we have failed to deliver your orders because of some internet or
OAS.
server problem. What the hell? Wow, please contact the trade desk to confirm the status of your order. Great. Did you guys get that? No?
VET. AMLP. TMV. DRAD.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
This is fucking stupid. No one's got this message before?
What's up, TJ?
I don't know. I think I might be in the Tesla short, but I
TXG.
might not be. I don't know. Can't confirm yet. How? I've never seen this toss message ever.
VIAC.
What does it say, TJ? I just got back on.
I just posted on the trading floor.
Thanks.
But then it
KTMN.
says contact trade desk to confirm the status of this order. So that's what got me worried. But at
PVS.
least Tesla's okay. Let me try smaller order size. Maybe that.
SDIV. GRPN.
So Josh, when you had this, were you in the short? Like in the trade, I mean? Okay, I'll be back, guys. Shouldn't have went this heavy, but you know.
ZIV.
Guys, looks like the AMD 4930 inflection point tried to push over right before market open, and they tanked it hard. Dollars. We're sitting at the level that we were trying short and long yesterday at 4880. It's basically in the middle of the range, so I'm just going to be watching AMD here for a little bit until at least
STIMs.
4850, 4830, or 4930. I'll look to go long over short under at one of those levels. SPY also has a 16-cent gap in the candle here.
BRMK. ENLC.
I'm still liking TVIX here, guys, on the SPY push up. TVIX still holding strong.
DRAD. Val. AMC.
Yeah, I just took this long here on TVIX, 184.77. I'll close this under 180. Target's 190. I'll consider taking profits around 186.50. There is $1 a share on the TVIX. Just 50 shares on this, guys, to start. There is 186.50. Beautiful. And that's $3 a
DLPS.
share in 1 minute, guys. So I just took off half my position right here, 187.89. I'm gonna leave these 25 shares to work for me with my hard stop set at 182.90.
CLSD. SHLX. MLPA. UCO, UWT.
AMD is below 48 here.
GoGo.
I'm going to try an AMD long over 48 to act as a hedge on this TVIX play. First target 48.30,
Stim.
and then 48.50 are my key levels between 48 to 49. And I see 48.80 and 49. So I'll let you guys know if I take it.
AMZA. Work. IFMK.
That's 3 rejections in a row on 294, 4 rejections, 5. Well, let's see if they hold this.
STXS.
5 attempts to break over. They gotta hold this.
SMSI.
Maybe that's the last time I'm ever gonna short Tesla with 6,000 shares at the open.
NCLH. LA. CHNGV.
All right. So, what are we trading? Man, SPY's looking weak here.
Yeah, I think 293.30. If I can hold 293.30, I think that's still okay. If they fail it here, though, I think it'll start knifing
It's a
it down
fail.
to under 293. Okay,
TVT.
they let 293.30 go.
TBF.
Now I think we'll start knifing it to below 293. They couldn't get that 294.50 test we were looking for. They got it close to 294.37.
Oh, it's going down harder. I can see it.
That's a 100 EMA test as 50 was trying to take over it on the 1 minute.
OPK.
So they brought this candle below the opening price of SPY. It would have been a lot. I think. Sorry, guys, I gotta take a phone call. One sec.
ATNM.
Guys, you have to be careful when you're trading something like TVIX.
Stem.
You have to scale down. Look at the spreads. Look at the price point on TVIX. It's not the same $100 stock that we were trading, earlier. You have to be careful when it's a stock that's like close to 200 bucks.
DRAD. OCN. IFMK. EQM. Seal.
There we go, Tesla. Finally. Thank you, Toss. Actually, no, don't thank you. No, I wanted my order. But no, it showed up. It didn't even show up. Let's see if I can cover my Tesla short now.
EMKR. ETRN. WTIU.
John Doe, I was actually shorting Tesla. That's why it said sell.
SAKU.
Not John Doe.
GER. GASL. AUPH.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I just had to book a dentist appointment.
Yeah, Josh, they're doing the trade for me.
FSK.
At least that works.
TTT. PBF. AAAU.
Kind of powerful, actually. Maybe I should do some
GMC.
stupid stuff. Maybe I should tell them to do like a trade every 100 shares. They want to waste my time? I can waste theirs too. Two can play this game.
Yeah, I tell them to short 100 shares every minute for the next 6 hours. Or 10 shares or something like that.
Well, I have 3K now, so I can just ask them to just cover 100. Nah, that'd be so mean.
MTBC.
They would.
DWT.
Hey, it's good. At least you're not limited on your share size with them. I know someone that is, which
REGI.
has anyone ever limited you, TJ? I guess this could be a little lesson that brokers can do pretty much whatever they want. Like you're signed up with them, so if they say, "Hey, you're trading too much size, we're going to limit you," they have the right to do that, or they have the right to close your account. So I guess this is food for thought for you, TJ. Has a broker ever contacted you and limited you on what you can do based off of things that you did, or based off of things that based off of things that you did?
FMO.
When they're about to margin call me?
No. So let's say, for example, you're buying thousands and thousands of shares of a ticker
GMLP.
nonstop, and
GLDM.
let's say hypothetically they will margin call you, okay? Even though you have an agreement with them saying, "Do not ever margin call me."
Well, you can't have agreements like that in for like a margin call is margin call. But yeah, I've got close to like getting margin called, and they're like, "Hey, you might want to consider putting some money in." And I was like, "Okay." I know like
LGFA.
Comex, they were trying to close my account on that AWX short.
Oh
Because
yeah,
remember, I
remember
only had
that.
1 million that account, and then I was
remember
down 780,000, right? So I was just begging them, please don't do this. Luckily, they listened to me, so that
Yeah,
worked. But
I think you had said you're like, "Yeah, I'll wire the money later. Just
DSE.
leave it open, leave it open."
yeah,
Yeah, I
because
think
like they
that
see me cashing out, so like they know that I'm good for it. It's just like like with smaller accounts, they are going to wonder. It's like, okay, do you have money to actually cover it, or is this like your entire assets, right?
STXS.
Because like when you apply for like higher margins, they actually do like a whole check on your assets, right? You have to like prove it. So just based on that, it was just easier. All right, I'm gonna take the rest off on Tesla here, guys. I call that at 700. It's at 685. Should I take the rest off, or should I wait till this melts? What was our previous entry? 690 was my previous entry on the long side, right, on Tesla. So not a bad cover point actually.
Two. ZCMT.
What? US bonds is at 0.66? That's crazy. That is crazy. That's HMNY
STEM.
level, guys.
AMCR.
The devil. Yeah, the 10 years gonna be delisted, guys.
Man, you see that 20-year, that TLT?
CLPS.
Nice movement today.
I think that's the 30-year. Is it? No, actually, yeah,
Should
it
be
is
the
the 20.
20.
I don't know.
I was talking with Mr. Blonde about it pre-market because I was looking for one more ticker and he suggested TLT, but I don't have experience trading it or analyzing this one. So, but I see that it had a really nice $10 move up from from end of day yesterday.
All right, and my TVIX went up in this time period. That's good.
ENS.
And of course, it came back down. Beautiful.
NNVC.
My Tesla cover was so good. Guys, who took that Tesla trade with me?
Oh, by the way, TJ, you have a question from Joel. He's just wondering if you've been adding to your Roku.
No. Like I don't have a position. I've been scalping it, but that's about it.
And there's the move right back up on TVIX. So SPY 292.50 critical level and 292. Under 292, my level is $290.70. On that move, I think TVIX will be over 195.
NBR.
AMD's also at an interesting level here at 4730. It's a right here is a key support level on our pivot points. It's our 5% downline. It's also a previous inflection and previous acting support on our candlesticks.
Skyper, I did have it on my long terms, but I got stopped out. I think my long term holding on Roku, because we scalped it from like 80 what is it,
NOVN.
98. I actually added onto that position, so I had like a 130 average, I believe. So that one I got stopped out of. And Tim, beautiful job. I am
IFMK.
so happy, proud of you too, buddy. Get on voice chat and share your success here. See, what did I tell you? That's why hedging works. I tried teaching this to everyone, like hedging can actually make you money. And you stay in your long terms with your beautiful averages. It's just like
GTN.
it's a double win. This is why everyone does it. Like look at what's his name? Bridgewater, right? Ray Dalio, that guy did a $1 billion hedge again. Like I know when he says $1 billion, everyone's like, "Oh my god, that's a huge hedge." That's not even 1% of his portfolio. So, it's relatively speaking, it's not even 1% of his portfolio that he used to hedge. Can you imagine how much protection that bought him for his entire portfolio? So, just like Tim says, $75 hedge, he now made $1,000 on it, right? So, yeah, Tim, just you can come on voice chat and just explain it.
Beautiful, healthy, bullish candlestick here on SPY. 20 SMA to the 200 EMA.
BBN.
Hey guys, I think an AMD short here is first target 4730. I'm going to take this play here, right here, 4758. First target 4730. I'm going to close this over 48, so I'll risk up to 48. I'll do 2 to 1 if I have to in the 4790s, and anywhere in the 4790s, and then I'm going to close it over 48. Again, this is wow. TVIX is absolutely melting here.
SPEX.
Alrighty, I got closed out of my TVIX, stopped out. A lot of news coming out right now too, by the way.
TJ, you there? This is Tim S.
Yeah, you can go ahead and explain your trade.
Yeah, not too complicated. So when SPY was, I think it was 2 days ago, SPY was up. I bought a put spread on SPY, which means that my max loss on the put spread was $75,
NNBC.
and it also capped my gains at around 500 some dollars. So that's what I did. So I just knew I was kind of placing a $500, well, a $75 bet
X.
that SPY would tank and protect, because I was trying to find a way of staying long without getting scared out of my long positions. And we had talked a little bit about that. So that's what I did. And then this morning when it moved up, I removed one leg of my debit spread as it was going back down. And that's what took my gains from about 500 to 1,000. And then right here on this pop, I locked in about $1,000 on that hedge. And so now I got to decide what I'm going to do. But the fact that my account is flat and SPY is down 3% is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I know. It's like sorcery, right? When you first realize how powerful it.
Yeah, and it's a $75. I mean, gosh, yeah, it's just great.
I'm proud of you, buddy. I'm so glad that you took the advice and you actually applied it, and that's kudos to you. And well done. I'm giving you like a virtual high five right now, both hands.
Thanks, DJ. Yeah, I think I was always just trying to average down or get out or average down, and you realize that there's these tools out there that can help calm your nerves in this kind of volatility, and so I recommend it for sure.
Yeah, and I mean that's the entire point of having like options. Like the whole point of options was designed as a hedge, right? When they say when you buy option contracts, 80%, or 90% expires worthless. That's the actual design of it. It's supposed to just be there for protection. That's all, right? Now, obviously, you can trade it and make some money. And like I said, there's only one person I know that actually consistently can make money. And he's just a genius in it. Like what I do in fundamentals is what he does there, right? So we'll have him on shortly. So yeah, and we'll have a nice chat about it. And I think you have a couple of questions too. Which delta for the long put? What strike, if you don't mind sharing?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull it up.
And guys, like I'd love to tell you when I'm getting into option trade, but it's not that simple. Option trades is like penny stocks, to be honest. Like if I tell people to buy it, it'll like there's algos on it. You noticed it. If you ever look at a option trade,
OCN.
right? You're looking at an option. Let's say you're in an option and the spread is huge. Let's say it's like $100 away
IFMK.
or more, right? Now if you just like you'll see like let's say 89 orders on the ask, right? And then it's at let's say 210. The moment you put 209, guess what happens? Everything matches your order. Now, that's the thing. Like, there's no way for us to safely get in and out on the same contract at the same time without algos screwing our orders up. So one of us is going to take a loss, or majority of us is going to take a loss, and that's the issue with those
FNKO.
algos that are driving like the option side. That's why I kind of like can't like tell you guys the plays. I can always like mention it and stuff, but I can't literally tell you like when I'm getting in and out, just for that very reason. I don't want to lose money. It's not easy to make money, and it's so easy to lose money. So yeah, can't stack odds against me.
And TJ, the way I mean, there's a lot of people who trade and they're trying to grow their portfolios just simply by trading options. And for me, options have just been a way for me to manage, investing. And I think one is more like gambling and the other one is using it, appropriately.
Exactly. And I mean, there are like you can take like I take big bets on options like now, obviously. Like I'm kind of getting used to this like longer time period options. Like I was, trading in like in a group setting. We're always like looking for that quick percentage gains. So I kind of went to short-term option trading, and then I realized like I'm horrible at it. I should just stick to like the long term. Oh, if it's a directional trade, I can take the option trade, but to be honest, it's just too much work. I can just think about it. I can just use size and just do it on the stock side, and I have like better risk management on it. Now with the option side, I realized like the longer like duration, right? Like when I buy more than 90 days, I'm actually a lot more successful in it. Because you have that protection, and you're using it for the
TXG
the
ends.
sole purpose of what an option is designed for, right? As protection. Now my friends that are traders, like that still work for
SABR.
institutions, they're not allowed to trade stocks that they have in their like that the company has in their portfolio. It's a conflict of interest, right? And no bank wants to be caught with
UWT.
that, right? You'd lose your
OILU.
job in a moment. Like, and you have to remember, these are like 6-figure jobs. You're not gonna, well, 5 to 6 figure depending on how good you are and which portfolio, but no one's gonna lose that job. You didn't like work your way to get there and then risk it all because of what, like a 4 or 5, maybe even like 70, $80,000 trade, right? It isn't worth it in that aspect.
OPHC.
So what
OGFB.
a lot of them are doing is just more options. And I was like, how did you do it? And because with stocks, they have a rule, like they can't sell. I forgot what the exact rule was for when I was working
WTIU.
at a firm, but I think it was like 2 months. You can't sell
NOVN.
within 2 months.
DRAD.
Secondly, you can't buy anything the company is analyzing, and there's so many departments.
OIH.
Like, it's so hard to know. You have to go through compliance for that. By the time you want to get the trade, you'll never get the best entry,
SMSI.
because it's like a 2 or 3 hour process just to fucking buy a stock, right? And then also on the selling side too, if you're allowed to sell at that point. That's the worst part. Like, if the market tanks and you can't even sell, you're screwed.
SP.
So personally, what they've been doing is now they're just buying because it's
GLBM.
lower bets for them. It's not, it
WTRH.
doesn't cost them as much. B, they're okay with holding it
QBM.
because they're not taking that huge loss. They don't have to
AIG
worry about. The
plus.
only thing they can lose when they're buying those contracts is just the option price, and that's like an
PNBC.
acceptable risk because their entire portfolio is just options, right? So I went and actually viewed his portfolio, and I was like, wow, I noticed everything like in common. So I kind of like tried to mimic his portfolio. So far it's been working good, but I've only done it on like, I don't know, about 8 trades
TTT.
in total. No, well, 8 trades, like 8 actual
AAAU.
like
SPEX.
successful ones. I think Amazon, I had to close it for a loss. It was like a 15% loss. That was like last week. Then I bought it back. So yeah, that's pretty much it. No, Skype. I'm not out of my longs. Like, my long-term portfolio, I had to move my stops up. That's like what you
GRX.
do when it's a risk-off time period. You just move stops tighter, right? So whichever positions I'm up on, I'm holding. Everything else that I'm gonna like get close to my entry, obviously, depending on the stock, my stop is there, right? Like on Apple, my stop is really conservative. I have no fears on Apple. Now let's go to okay.
BRMK.
You know what? Let me just pull up my long. Apple, I have 151 entry. Do I have to worry? Not really. ACLS, I have a position from $14. Am I gonna be worried?
GASL.
Not so much yet, but if it cracks 20, sure. AMT,
IFMK.
AMAT, I mean AMAT. I have it at
IGFA.
$33. Don't have to worry about it. AMD, I still have a position from 29 there. Don't have to worry. AVGO, okay, that one, that one's a tighter stop. So I have that stop set to like 240. So yeah, and then you just go down the list. Citigroup, I have that stop at break even. And that's about it. Yeah. Oh, and Google, like I have stop on break even, but Google I have at 1035, right? So Shopify, I actually don't have a stop on Shopify, but I have 100. Like, my entry is 130, so that one is the only one I don't have. Oh, and I did something stupid and bought TLRD again, so I have a 3.9. Sorry, yeah, 3.93 average. So just bag holding that one, waiting to see what happens. TWOU still have a tiny position left. So yeah, VNQ, I have a tight stop on VNQ. XPO, I'm already up on XPO. We bought, like, you guys remember when we were talking about XPO, right? And I was like, this is like a stupid amount. Like, it's like the biggest deal. So I know XPO came down hard, but I'm actually looking at this one as a buying opportunity to like add on to it if this coronavirus thing like gets settled. If it doesn't, then tight stops. And all of these stops are like over my profits, so kind of safe on that aspect. Now my swing trading portfolio, like, I got stopped out of so many swing trades, and, most of them for profits. Actually, I'd say like a majority of. But yeah, you always have to stop out. You can't be right all the time. That's not how this market works. And you don't get paid to be right. You get paid to be like manage your risk, be like flawless on your execution side, and know what to do in the worst case scenario so you don't freeze up. Those are like the biggest things that you have to worry about.
EMO.
Yeah, what TJ's saying here like ties in with something I think as well, which is you can't save every trade, guys. Like, yeah, you can if you're very small position size and if it keeps tanking, it's not affecting you. But if you're in like a normal play and it's going against you and the volatility is there, it may be sometimes better not to try and save it. Just stick to your stop or your idea. Or let's say you want to try and save an ad, try not to hold on even longer than where you'd stop out. For example, like the AMD short idea here was the stop over 48 with ads anywhere in the 47.90s, and it came right back to 47.30. I didn't get an ad in the 47.90s because I thought it was going to rip over 48, and I figured on this one I'm just going to stick to my stop, and I'd rather stop out with this size that I have than add and then stop out.
Yeah, nice call on that one.
Hey, thanks, DJ. Yeah, I wish I had added there, but the 47.90s move happened really, really quickly, and you could see it as well.
Yeah, like I'm more lenient on my stops when there isn't risk. When there's volatility like this, you can't take risks. You have to move your stops up, or else you're just gonna like you're gonna lose the profits that you
SHLX.
worked for, right?
Cars.
When it's risk on time period, obviously stops are going to be way more generous. But for that, like I need to see conditions that will tell me that there's something, there's light at the end of the tunnel. That you guys know as soon as I tell you when there's risk on, risk off.
SPEX.
So you can just use that to kind of judge when to get in, when to like move your stops up or down, right? Like I'm not trying to like catch the bottom here. Like that's not the plan. I think SPY's actually gonna go lower. So based on that, like why would I buy it here? Why would I risk it trying to like bottom feed? I forgot which trader said it, but more people lost money trying to find the bottom, trying to catch the bottom than they did on the actual like recession side. I forgot the actual quote, but it's something along those lines, right? And that's really true. That's what happens. By the way, you saw that Tesla cover of mine? Beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? No. So Tim, were you here when I did the lesson and we tried to record it on YouTube and then it was a complete failure because of YouTube, like YouTube was lagging or something like that?
NBLX.
No, okay. It was a complete failure, but I did a lesson on stop lossing. Stop loss is how to implement it, what kind of ones to use, not like like how much to put it, because obviously that changes depending on your risk tolerance, right? But like the different types, why you'd use it, like that's in that recording. You'll probably hear me saying, it's for me, it's risk off time period. That's like I already knew going into. I think it was like a week before the crash came. So I already planned it out ahead of time because like if you pre-plan it, you know what you're like, what to do. If you're like reactive, you can't think. You're gonna take bigger drawdowns, and it just doesn't make sense. Like you're being reactive, right? You have to be proactive when you're trading. That's why I always use that term. Like you have to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and the easiest way to be ahead is to have your trade planned out.
Ends.
Know where you're gonna add, know where you're gonna exit, know where you'll take profit. Know what you'll do in the event that things go completely against you and volatility starts going crazy and it's ripping. Just are you gonna mark it out? Or are you gonna try and add? Like you always have to have the plan and the idea ahead of time before you take the trade. So for example, the TVIX trade, took it at that 183 or 184.77 and ripped it up to 195. Target was 190. Stop out was 182.90 or something. So yeah, always have the plan ahead of time. It just you're giving yourself an edge when you have a plan in mind. If you just take a trade, like guys, one time I bought Beyond Meat. I over position size. There was when Beyond Meat was at like $60. I bought 1,000 shares of Beyond Meat and lost $3,000 instantly. Literally, the ask I bought on the ask and it came down $3 a share instantly. I had made a mistake. I went over position size. I thought I was gonna keep ripping. So I exited instantly. I wasn't gonna pray that it went back up. I just exited. I took the loss and it went down $4 more. But after that, it ripped to $80 later that day, or like an hour later, it ripped to 80. So the idea was there, but my problem was that I over position size, where if I had like, let's say 50 shares or 100 shares, then the 55 support that it went to would have been my idea as acting support. And maybe I wouldn't have held it up to there, but in the event that something unexpected like a $3
MP.
spread reduction happened, I'd feel more inclined to try and add support. And that $3,000 loss could have been like only a $250 loss, which would have ended up turning into like
Next.
a $10,000 win.
Yeah, like guys, like you can't trade without stops. You have to remember that. Like, I don't care who tells you. I don't care how bullish I am or Johnny is. We could be talking about the stock the same like every single day. It doesn't matter. And it could be anyone. It could be Warren Buffett, like anyone you idolize. Okay? No matter what, like no one's going to stop out for you. That's something you have to determine on your own. Like, and you have to know how much risk am I going to take? Okay? I trust this guy's judgment. I see what he's seeing. But what is my risk? That's the questions that you have to ask yourself, and you have to know it. If you don't know the answer to that, don't take the trade.
IFMK.
If you're like, okay, this isn't acceptable risk for me, don't take the trade.
KC.
Because you're just gonna lose. Like, you're setting yourself up to fail if you do that. Because it's not
SPEX.
if you get you get into a bad situation, it's when. And when that happens, what if it happens when you just grinded for 5 years and now you're at like 100K
WTRH.
what's it called, like portfolio size, and then as soon as you got there, you take that one bad trade and now you're back to like 60K, right? You don't want that. Why did you waste 5 years of your life to lose that money? Why? So always try to work harder, not like you throwing money at the problem. That doesn't solve anything. You have to actually work at it. I see a lot of traders that want to trade, and there's so many people that ask me too that they want to trade, but they're not serious. They're like, they want to trade because they like the profits, but they don't want to put in the work. And it's just like, how do you expect this to work? It doesn't make sense, right? So the same way, like if you want to trade, you have to know your stops. You have to, like 100% of the time, whether you're investing, whatever strategy you're going to do, if you don't know how to stop out, you're gonna, like, you can't beat the market. You might as well just buy fucking SPY and just hold on to it for dear life. All right, that's my rant for the day. Yeah, and gambling, like, you have to be realistic. You have to know when it's gambling, when I'm emotional about a trade, I take steps back. I go for a walk. Johnny knows that too. Johnny implemented too. It's important to just take it like just walk away from it. It's so vital to know when you're in control. And like I told you guys earlier too, like my shrink told me this: don't try to control your emotions, just know when your emotions are taking control. And that's what has helped me. I'm an emotional person, so I have ADHD, so for me it's like, fuck, I'm like hyper everywhere. So for me, what works is just like, okay, I know when my palms get sweaty, I know I'm in too deep. When my heart starts racing, I know it's either excitement or because I don't have that confidence in that trade. When you know that, what do? You size down or you move your stops tight. You reevaluate and know, like just take a deep breath and just be like, okay, my body's telling me something. I should fucking listen. And then that's it. And you just continue to do that for the rest of your life and you'll be good. I make it sound easy, but it's really hard. And emotions is something that's, super difficult. That's the one part that most traders don't have, right? investors, I worked with a lot of people, right? I see a lot of people investing, and in a group of 8,000 people, I see a lot of traders and talk to them too on like a personal basis. And from that experience, what I gather is like there's so many times that people justify breaking their own rules. Right now, it's okay. Like I have rules, but I also have guidelines. I'm okay to break it, but it has to meet certain criteria. Like I have to be up on the week. I have to have some kind of conviction. I have to, for me to take Tesla short out of the open with that much size, it was just because, okay, I had conviction and I made money on SPY. So I'm like, okay, I'll risk some of that on another trade, right? That's how I like kind of positioned it. Now, on a normal day, I don't even trade the first 15 minutes. It was just like, it's a good opportunity. I see, 700 like tanking. So that was just like something I wanted to take. And I was like, okay, I can risk a little bit more today. I made more. So if it was like yesterday where like I think I was up like 8K, do you think I'll do the same kind of Tesla trade with the same kind of size with at the same time? No, I wouldn't. That's like a given. I wouldn't do that, right? So you kind of have to like have your rules and know when to break it and what conditions need to be met for you to break those rules.
OIH.
Yeah, and Mar, you have to bake in your losses. That's one thing. I think, is Nick on right now? I don't think he's on. But yeah, Gabe and everyone else in the dream team will tell you, like, the one thing I always tell them is to write down every single detail. Meta knows that too. On your losses, you have to bake in it. You have to feel the pain. Don't try and cover it up. Don't try and run from it. Just face it. A lot of people, they'll just journal it and try to forget about it and just like move on to the next step, which is like, try to recover that money. But they're not ready to recover. It's like grieving process, I guess. Right? There's steps to it, guys. And one of it is just baking in it. You have to. I can't smoke weed and trade. It's impossible for me. I tried it
AXLA.
once, lost money. I think I
Yeah,
lost like
same
5K.
here.
So.
Yeah, same here. I tried one time, and man, I couldn't execute. I kept messing up my executions. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that ever again. But that was a long time ago, guys.
So Ice Block, you have to remember this. Like, what are you gonna do? Every day you're gonna smoke weed just to trade. But at one point you're gonna get into a bad trade because of like weed. And like that's why I don't think it's vital. Like getting drunk, I wouldn't get drunk and trade either. Like, you'll know, like, when I stop
Wow.
trading, I'll have a drink, obviously, because it's a stressful job. What I like managing all this, it's not easy. So a nice little drink here and there. Of course, I love drinks. It calms me down.
NLTX.
Get to like, relax, smoke a cigar. It's perfect.
SPEX.
Getting drunk? Not really. I barely get drunk. It's like a rare occasion.
Yeah, you like that? I'm like, I'd rather be drunk trading than high trading, because if I'm drunk, I'll fuck up the orders and they won't go through.
I mean, there's that one exception, Tilray. I was down so much, guys, on Tilray short. It was like, it went parabolic. It like, I started shorting at like $80. The fucking stock went to like 150, and then it went up to like 300. Wasn't it 300 or 200? I forgot the exact number, but and in one
Tilray
day
was 300 even.
yeah,
NOVN.
300, right? So my order didn't. I had an order to like go balls deep at 300. Guess what happens? Never got filled. Like, it was just stupid, because it just barely touched, right? And it never hit the bid. It was just on the ask. 300 was just on the ask, I believe. Don't quote me on this. I was drinking at the time, but for me, that trade was horrible, and I was like, I have nothing I can do. Like, I'm not gonna take this loss because I already know where Tilray is gonna go. It just 15 million float. What happened? Well, 13 million float. What happens is you're gonna get that aggressive move, and I knew that we were close to the top, so at that point I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hold it. I wasn't like so deep that my portfolio was gonna get like margin called. So I'm like, at this point, like, I'm not gonna take this. I'm not gonna take a loss like that. I told Soya too, like, when Soya got stuck on that like $60,000 share like Tesla trade, I told Soya too, don't book $1 million loss. I'm like, just hold on to it. And he was nervous that day, but I'm glad he listened. And then he was able to make like $1 to $3 million on that trade alone. So when you're trading large sizes, you don't have the flexibility of
IFMK.
scaling out and in. It's well, you have the flexibility of scaling in, but there are some trades that you can't actually get out of without taking huge drawdowns. And some trades, like, we don't go into those trades without conviction. That kind of conviction, you built it, and you have to stick to your guts when it comes to that kind of a trade, right? But those are just like, like one-off trades. You guys already know, like in my past, I've had so many really bad one-off trades, and I've had some really good ones that I kind of like saved because I stuck to my conviction. That is something you earn, like, you have to reward yourself, but you don't know if you have conviction unless you have proof that you've earned the right to have a conviction, right? And for new traders, I see them having confidence, and having confidence is good. Being cocky is good. Like, that's why, like, it never really bothered me. Like, if you're a good trader, you're going to be confident, you're going to be cocky, and it's just part of the game. Like, you have to have some sort of like confidence into it, right? But they kind of forget that it also takes common sense. And it's not logical. If you're in the first 3 or to 5 years of trading, you can't make the same decisions as a person that's like seasoned, that's done it for longer. Like, can you imagine how many trades I've took in my lifetime? It's astronomical. There's days, like Tony will tell you, Johnny will tell you, and some older the guys that were in our group longer, they'll tell you I've traded like 500 orders in a day before. Like,
yeah, guys, I was
Yeah.
doing like 100 orders, because remember, guys, like the more experience you get, the less trading you have to do. Like, I used to do like 50 to 100 trades a day, every day, 50 to 100 trades, small wins, lots of wins, and then I would get tanked on, or I'd still use too much size, and all those wins would get taken. Like, a lot of the wins would get taken out by one bad trade, and that's where TJ got me to start transitioning into not doing as many trades. He got me to do that so I feel comfortable with executing. He then got me to transition to trying to hold on longer. It took me almost a year to figure this out after he got me to transition. Literally a year to figure out how to hold on. And yeah, even if I'm not holding on overnight, to make $120 a share in one trade intraday is absolutely incredible. Like, I would never thought I'd ever be able to do something like that. And
yeah, man,
I was,
like,
and it's not because,
crazy.
and yeah, I could say it's because of TJ, but at the end of the day, it's because of me too. Because if it wasn't for me, I wouldn't be here right now either. So yeah, it all goes back to TJ, but I always have to thank myself as well for trying this and giving it a shot and believing in myself.
Yeah, I mean, like, what we do
is
is difficult, guys. Like, it's not easy. We do it every day. It's easy. It's getting easier for me. Well, it's getting really easy for me. But like for John, I know right now it's easier for him too. Being consistent, I know, like Gabe, Cypher, now they're consistent. Soya, they're all consistent now. Nick, you'll kind of see like the different like levels, right? So you'll know, like, people are getting to the point where they can actually, like, I can confidently say that they can build conviction. They can use their conviction on trades. Versus if you're like a new trader and you've just traded the first year and you don't have an idea of like market volatility, don't know how everything reacts, don't know what your risk is, like how to calculate your max risk tolerance, and like what you can actually physically take and mentally, right? If you're at that level, don't use your conviction on a trade because it's gonna fail you. Tim, I already told, I think it was, what is it? Fari, I think his name was. I told him, like, I'm not bullish on oil. I saw news right now that, OPEC is like considering decreasing supply by 1.5 million barrels. But to be honest, like, I wouldn't, like, I'm not an oil trader, so I wouldn't know, like, is that even like a 1% difference on the oil supply? Like, that's a question that I wanted to ask too. Like, it's not something that actually Russia has to agree. Russia does not want to go into Cold War territory. and they'll probably agree to. Now, Russia is in a tough spot. Like he has to help his citizens. He has to help his industries. But the thing is, like, it's this oligarchs that's fucking just what's the word? Extorting. There we go. Extorting money. But you know, when you take a look at like the geopolitical
SPEX.
aspect of it, you have to remember, like, Russia's in a bad spot. They were in like a recessionary territory like for the last like fucking 10 years. What happened in the Cold War was
Again.
primarily due to like what happened to their economy during the Cold War was actually primarily due to the oil. Right now, if they don't want to play, then they're gonna get like squeezed out, and they know that. They know that they
IFMK.
have to play ball. Now, they don't have to agree with it. Like I don't like Trump as a, like, if I was a citizen of America and if I was making like, I don't know, 60K a year, I wouldn't like Trump. Now, for me right now, being in Canada, not having to worry about the political side and him actually making
WTRH.
the the markets go up, it works in my favor, right? As a good person though, I think there's way better politicians, right? As a trader, I think it's like, it's amazing. Trump is like the best, 100%. Now, it's the same thing. Like, I can disagree with it, but I still have to like play the ball, right? Like, I still have to, like, what's the word for it? You can't beat them, join them, right? And I think Russia's gonna have to like fall in line. That's just something they have to.
KLXE.
So, Crimson, you're right. Trading real money is good. But what if you lose it? Like, compound, guys, compound. What's the thing for that? We had a. So let's assume this, okay? Let me just quickly pull up the chart. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, so okay, so now let's assume this. Let's assume you lost $1,000. You're like, oh, it's not a big deal. I have a $10,000 account, or maybe you have a $20,000 account, and you only lost $1,000. And he's like, and you're brushing it off because it's not a big deal. But that $1,000, if that $1,000, if you didn't lose it and you made 5% for the entire year, so on a weekly basis, that $1,000 is now $12,000. So you have to think about it on a yearly basis. You're not losing 1,000. You're losing 12,000. Now, so if your account is 20,000, that's a lot of buying power you just lost. If your account is like 50,000, that's still a lot. Even if it's at like 100,000, that's still like a decent drawdown when you put it into perspective, right? So it's always important, until you know your strategy, paper trade it. When I try out new strategies, I just paper trade it. Now, I just write it down on a piece of paper, so then I just kind of know. And that's why my desk is littered with paper that I never refer back to unless I have to. And that's just like how I look at it, because it's important for you to like track it, because you don't know if you're right. You don't know if the market that you're trading in is the right, conditions for your strategy to work, right? You'll hear from Nick. Nick, I don't know if he's on right now, but he was paper trading for a while before he went into like live trading. He was in the dream team for over a year now, right? But he went into live trading now, and that's okay. Dobie, same thing. It's more important that you build your skill sets and lose the least amount in the beginning. When you start making money, once you hit that 70K mark, I think 70K is when I like knew I could make it, like doing this for a living. Once you hit that mark, can you take a little bit of drawdowns? Sure. You've earned the right to make some bad calls, but until you get there, you have to be really careful because that every dollar counts. It's making it easier for you to get to your objective. I hope that made sense. Egg, it depends on your confidence level. How are you as a trader on a cash account? Because having margin is not going to help you if you're not consistently profitable. Like, if you're like, for me,
SPEX.
it's hard to have like a down like day, right? I know for Johnny it's the same thing. For like Cypher, Gabe, it's hard to have a down day anymore because we have the skill sets to make back the money, and we keep our stops tight. We take more risk when we're up versus when we're not up. So for us it's easier. Now it really depends on your numbers. Like your numbers will tell me everything. So I don't mind, like it only takes me a quick seconds to glance at your trader view like summary. Like I encourage everyone just to post it here. I don't have a problem reviewing it, and I'll tell you the biggest problem that you'd have and what you can do to improve it, and that will be more beneficial to you than me just mentioning tips that might not even apply to you. Maybe you're like the most confident person, maybe you're like the least emotionless, like yeah, the most emotionless person, and you don't have to worry about like the topic we just covered today, right? But when you look at the actual figures, then I can tell you real data. I can base it on your performance and then tell you if you are ready to go into a margin account. Yeah, because like why would you want to like risk everything? You work so hard for this. Don't risk your money. You need capital to do this, right? And, like I mentioned this before too, like you got to play with the hand that you're dealt. No one's going to feed you in this world. You have to feed yourself. You got to put food on your table. So, if you don't have the money to, like, I see a lot of people telling me, hey, I don't have the money to trade a TVIX because it's $100. And I'm like, I get it. Now, there is solutions. You're not going to like it, but you got to play with the hand that you're dealt. And for those people, I tell them, like, get a TradeNet account. It's $14,000 trading like buying power, and you pay $500 and your max loss is 700. So technically you're actually still winning in that sense. You get like 200 more of a loss aspect, and then on the profit side it's horrible. It's not good because it's like, what is it, 60-40 split or something like that?
70-30.
70-30. Okay, so so 70% of the profits you keep. That's after commissions, and then they keep like 30%. So it's not ideal, but if you can't make
CBLI.
it with that, with like, now you have the buying power issue. Like that, if that's your number one issue, there you go. You put $500, get a TradeNet account. It's not fair. They have like the odds are stacked against you, but at least you'll learn from it and you'll take less loss, right? Now, that's one way, right? Now the second way, and that's how, like, you saw yesterday, we had Killer T online, right? And he is a phenomenal trader, and he started with TradeNet too, because I remember the day that we traded, I believe it was Yako, and we shorted it from, I think it was like $6, like $7, went down to like $5 or $4. We shorted it. He held it overnight, and he started with that TradeNet account.
CTSO.
So when people tell me it's not good, I'm like, okay, you got to play with the hand that you're dealt. You can't pick and choose. You can't be picky unless you have a choice. Actually, maybe you can go, I don't know, be a faculty member and make 400K and then start trading, right? Or maybe you can get a job as a security, what is it? Prison transporter, making 300K in Ontario, okay? And then come back to trading. Or you can just try to do it this way. There's so many ways you can tackle the issue. Maybe you just need another job. Maybe you just need to like stop spending money. But yeah, that's like a different topic altogether. You want to play with the hand that you're dealt and don't want to do extra work, and you want to like focus on trading, I think the best thing to do is use that account. If you have like, I'd say like $2,000, You know, you use 500 of it, get a TradeNet account, see if it works, and don't go heavy into plays. Like, it's $1.50 per trade. Don't go heavy. 25 shares max. 25 shares max. Any stock under $60, well, I'd say $40 to $60 is ideal. There. And then go from there. And then reassess. If you're okay making money in that price range, then go for like stocks that are $60 to like $80. And you just keep evolving from there. I hope that helps and answers your question. And guys, if you have trade review, just post it here. I'll go through it. I'll be brutally honest with you. I'll try and sugarcoat it just not to be mean. But I'll be honest with you, and I'll tell you what you can improve. And you know, you can ask anyone in the group. It's helped them dramatically increase, right? Exactly. Yeah, you have to be able to, like, and you have to be able to apply it, right? There's so many people that doesn't like Tan, for example. There's some things I can't tell Tan because she's not one of those people that like for me, when some like, you know, when you hang out with your boys, they have you know, they have a question or they have a concern. The first thing you're going to do is like trying to solve his issue, right? You're trying to help him out, right? Girls, I don't know. It's a different story. They just want you to like vent and you'll just listen and just shut your mouth. And for me, that's like the hardest thing. I like helping people. So, yeah. That one guy that I said like space was a like he was all for UT until I told him that I didn't like space and I think it's a short. And then he just like blocked me. He's like not even like 2 posts ago, the guy was asking me to teach him how to short stocks and trade and stuff. And then the next moment, the guy just bans me. Right. So he's not able to, you know, like learn. Like it's not a learning mindset. So if you have that kind of people, I'm glad that he actually did that. That's like saving my.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt for a sec. I'm going to take a trade here on TVIX. 25 shares. TVIX showing bullish sentiment to me here based on the SPY move. I'll close this under 173. Just going to hard stop it under low of day. 172, let's say 172.98. Target is moon as high as possible. It's just based on the SPY move, I believe TVIX should have been a lot lower. Okay, thanks for listening. Yeah, AMD came all the way up to 49, guys. I had mentioned stop out over 48 and literally ripped another dollar.
So that's the post I was referring to, but read the comments. I was so polite with this dude. I can't see his post anymore because he blocked me, but it's the Ray-Ban dude. It's a funny conversation because like that's how a majority of people are, right? And that's why we created this group. We want to weed out like the strongest, the guys that have the most determination. I have no problem teaching how to trade, but you have to be dedicated. I don't want to waste my time either. Yeah, I know. I can't believe, like,
USDG.
I think StockTwits would have been better if they kind of like monitored these, like ridiculous people on. Remember that Banana Man guy? I wonder what he's doing with his Amazon line. Yeah, like that's why I keep posting on StockTwits. They're still good people. It's just like it's flooded with just stupid people too. Yeah, I mean, Yanni, there's nothing for me to do except for just like you can't get out of a hedge because it's primarily there as a hedge, and then you can't really take any open positions because there's risk in the market. So yeah. Oh, hi Tash, nice. I didn't know you. I wonder how many members actually joined from YouTube. I'm gonna actually check. Let's see. Each invite code on YouTube is different. My invite code's different for StockTwits and Twitter, just so I can like keep track of who's joining from which invite code.
Eno.
Oh wow, mine has 1850 now. Nice. I just saw that.
Jay-Z should have his on what's it called? Oh, and by the way, guys, please look at the scanner and like it. Put a comment. This money that we're getting from the scanner, it isn't going to me. It's just going to JC because he's the one that's, helping out a lot. Oh, I just checked YouTube and I see a comment here. Can you share the stop loss lesson? So it's actually in our group. There's gonna be a channel called TJ Lessons or something like that, and you'll see the stop loss lesson that I mentioned there.
SPEX. BBN.
Wait, what the hell? I can't find that invite code. Is the I don't think it's working. Oh, actually, it does look like it's working.
FUTU.
All right, I'll look at that later.
IFMK. POAI.
Oh, is anyone good at video editing?
Luna,
Guys, look at TVIX compared to SPY here. TVIX is quite strong, guys.
Wait, did you say TVIX is strong?
TVIX is strong. Yeah, I'm still holding. Like I entered here just a few dollars ago, and it's gone up. Yeah, I alerted the bullish sentiment on it to everyone here on the voice call, just saying I'm going to try going long on TVIX because it looks quite
Next.
healthy still. So I'm risking a few dollars a share on it though. It's like from the high 175s, I'm risking up to like one literally low of day. So I have a stop loss at 172.98. I did a half position size, guys. So instead of the 50 that I did earlier, I just did a 25 long. Also, I saw an options play close at 302.50
Trip.
here a minute ago. If SPY gets below 297 here on this minute candle, it looks like it'll form. Well, here it's making a little push here, so it looks a lot healthier on this candle. But if they can close this under 297 and wick it down, like let's say it closes just below 297, they wick it down to like 296.70, it's gonna look like a really bad death cross. See what happens. 20 seconds. They got it back over the 8 on SPY, 8 EMA. See if they break that 20 SMA middle Bollinger Band. They tried like a couple times, but they failed. So let's see what happens. I wonder how this 60-minute chart's going to turn out. Also, the 15 chart, guys, we have the price sitting under the 15 EMA. We also have a MACD bearish cross and divergence and RSI divergence into neutral from overbought on the 2-minute. I'm expecting more of a downturn. Let me see. I think a mean reversion back to 294 now. Let's say we'll start the downtrend back around 11 a.m. for the next hour. Okay, 100,000 verified contingent trade shares, 100,000 shares, 302 just closed through. buy over app. It's an options trade.
Well, Mike, I'd appreciate it if you guys would actually help us with the marketing side, because okay, I don't mind doing marketing. It's a waste of my time, because like for me, if I can
SPEX.
analyze trades, I can give you guys better trades, which makes more money. So for all of us. So that's probably like where I want to allocate my time. But you know, I'd appreciate it if you guys could, like, I don't know, help me with the marketing side, because that's something I'm not good at. I'm not a marketer.
UKMB.
I'm a trader.
Yep. TVIX 180. Look at that. Beautiful, TJ. SPY failing here. 296.50 needs to hold. The hourly candle is now under the 8 EMA. And we're about to crack 61 million volume, and it's only 11 a.m. There we go, 181 TVIX. SPY just melting here. Oh man, the World Health Organization says it is a false hope that the coronavirus will just disappear in the summer like the flu.
Yeah, I know. I thought the same thing anyway. So there you go. See, we're always ahead of the curve. All my hours of research pays off.
Eno. Yuko. UWT. WTRH.
TJ, are you done? I'm pretty much done trading.
WTIU.
How about you?
Yeah, Tesla did good for me. That's all I needed.
Oh, you turned it into a win?
Yeah, because I shorted it, right? So it was all
I
it did
missed
was come down, and
I was on like a minute after open. I missed the play. I just knew you were short on it, but
I went too heavy. Toss wouldn't work. Had to call Jessica, get it all resolved.
were you in what was like were you in the 700s average?
Yeah.
SCO.
Oh, sweet. Nice, man.
Yeah, I know. My last exit was the best 86, I think.
86? Nice. Wow. Yeah, damn, man. That just gave me goosebumps seeing the chart here. It looks like there might be another play here, too, on the downside, teacher. If you want to take a look at it. But if you're done, you're done. So I'm done. I don't want to take any more, but I see mean reversion back to 690. So, like, if anyone wanted to try this, I wouldn't risk over
Trib.
705. So risk $3 to try and make 12.
AOBC.
Seems decent. Could try taking first target at 695 and then 690. It's not liking, like, it's moving like crazy on like no volume too. So I'm just gonna sit this one out. Oh yeah, DJ, I don't know if you noticed, we hit 8,800 members.
All right, nice. Yeah, I saw a lot of members. We had to ban so many because they raided us.
Yeah, we're at like 450 bands or so.
And I want to give a shout out to everyone that helps out in this group too, guys. Like I can't do this alone.
APY,
It's like tough.
MGY.
I try my best, you know, like I want to give back to the community that helped me personally
OIH.
reach my goals, right? So, you know, I try to do everything I can, like 100% of the time. But this is like, you know, a team effort, right? Like John Doe said, and it's thanks to you guys that I'm able to do this, you know, like High-Tash, like fuck, like at 2 o'clock I'm like the only guy on this chat room because I'm like literally just you know researching data, and I can always see High-Tash just posting trading, you know, in the Indian markets, and you know posting and sharing ideas, and I can see all of you guys sharing your ideas, news, like that's huge. You know, we get news so fast because of everyone, you know. Shout out to Diane, shout out to like what's his name, Oscar. There's so many people that just keep posting news, and you know it's important because we get to be able to make decisions faster. And you know I can use my skill set, but it doesn't make sense if I'm wasting my time looking at all the data. If I have the data, I can like analyze it perfectly. And that's why like I think this teamwork is amazing, because I can tell you guys, like I mean you guys see it yourself, but you know like the growth is exponential just because we work as a team.
I want to give a shout out to JC, even though he's not listening right now. He may be, but without JC, our media presence on YouTube would have been a lot harder to deal with. So he has a dedicated computer that he's using.
NDR.
Oh, let's see, I'm looking at a trade.
SPEX.
I don't know, I think Roku 102.
Oh yeah, 102 looks really good. For
STRM.
Hi Tash, are you still on?
guys, get ready for this meaner version here on Spy. I think Spy is about to start knifing here. Knifing down, not up.
AMZA.
TVIX 181.50 on the ask. On the bid, actually. Yeah, there's the knife. SPY must hold 296 here. If 296 fails, first target for me is 295.60, critical level.
BBN.
So 296 was the critical level a few days ago. That launched to 314 that day, or 309. Let me.
Pump. SXTC.
Yeah, that day it went to 309. So 296 failed pre-market. Then they pushed it back over pre-market, and that was the day that we alerted here on the voice call. We're bullish on everything as long as SPY is over 296, and to focus on the long side of tickers. And yeah, SPY just launched that day, $13 a share up, which was it broke history that day. It was the biggest increase. AMD back under 48. And there is the nice knife action on SPY. Let's see if the 100 EMA will hold. Yeah, 295.60, definitely a level to be watching. Let's see if they'll hold on selling pressure here. Yeah, another verified contingent trade, 100,000 shares, 302.40. That's the third one I've seen close. V flag.
SPEX.
TVIX 184 approach. It's almost $10 a share, guys, from the alert.
Hey, Johnny, I'm gonna do a quick lesson here. So I have a couple members that actually reached out to me with their trader view. So I'll do it like periodically, let's say like once a week or something like that. So I'll just pick one person and I'm just gonna go through
WTRH.
their trades, so that you guys can also learn from it. I think that's going to be the fastest growth. So, the first thing you look at is the stats. So what is the stats telling you, right? I'm going to use one other of our dream team members. I'm going to use Gabe. Gabe, you there?
It looks like
I'm
Gabe's not on the call right now.
all right, cool. So I'm going to use Gabe's one. Let me just find it, but I'm going to use it around like the time period that, well, the kind of capital that he's trading with. So it's more realistic to what you should be expecting. This is the ideal scenario, right? And you have to remember, Gabe, we have private conversations, so I've helped him in the beginning, like a lot. So it's a little bit different. So this is Gabe's, I think 2 weeks. This was like a 2 week one. So when you see that, this is like the ideal risk tolerance, it's the ideal hold times, the ideal win rate, the ideal average losses, the ideal
DX.
largest losses, the ideal consecutive, when everything is pretty much
IFMK.
ideal on this one, right? And you have a basket of 52 trades, so that's enough size that you can have some sort of a good amount of data, right? So now let's go through this person's one. I'm just
FMO.
going to call you person A.
Sweet. I'm person A.
No, you're Gabe. Person A is the one I
Yes.
posted. Gabe, I'm gonna delete your beautiful chart. Sorry. Just so you have a side-by-side comparison. Right. So, I'm using Gabe for this because the account size, I'm assuming, was roughly around the same size when person A and Gabe were trading at that time period. So this is kind of
MLPQ.
similar. Now, the trade size, there's only 26 trades, so it's not a lot of information, right? And that's something that is necessary. Now, average losing trade, it is higher than your average winning trade. So that means we got to work on your risk tolerance. Secondly, I really like the consecutive wins. I really like the consecutive losses. You only have two. Average hold time, beautiful, 2 months. Losing trades is 4 months. So that's something, when you're like, obviously, just by looking at this, I can see you're investing, not like day trading. So when you see average losing trades 4 months, you kind of want to change that up a bit. So my strategy
PRX.
whenever I do long-term trading is opposite. I'll invest, but the first day, if I really like the stock and I think it's at a really good buy area, I
BCMP.
go in a little bit heavier and keep my stops really tight and make profits. Based on the profits I made, then I increase the size, right? Because there's zero risk to me, right? If as long as I make some profits on the first like 1 or 2 trades and I build that cushion, now I can risk a little bit more and then take another trade until I build, like, let's say $3-4 a share. Like Pan W, I think I made about $7 or $8 a share, right? So for me, like if the stock goes down $4 a share, it doesn't really hurt me, right? Because I have already made that day trading. So that's how I kind of mitigated my risk and why, my average losing isn't high. Now, secondly, profit factor it's okay. We got to improve that. The profit factor is down because your average losing trade, you're losing more on it, right? Now, the average trade gain or loss for the time period that you're trading, 2 months to 4 months, especially in the cycle that you were trading, you were like, I see your post from 2019 to now. So, based on that, I think that number should be way higher, right? And especially based on the fact that it's only 26 trades. So what you're going to do to get that out, you have to capitalize on the big gain. So, when you have stocks in your portfolio that are really outperforming your expectations, I want you to scale back size on it. Use that to the ones that are underperforming, the ones that it's going to break out, it's holding support. Like for the last 1 month, you've been holding it and it's just a matter of time before it's going to break out. Take some size on it. Move your stop a little bit closer, but take some size on that trade and add on to it. Because if you're going to have like a delayed reaction, then you can take that to your advantage. Now, average per share gain, that is perfect. 50 cents is good. For your type of trading, I would say I want to see more like closer to $1, but we can improve on that as long as you cap the losses. If your losses are capped, that average share per share gain and loss is going to improve as well. The largest gain, good job on that. Largest loss, perfect. It's not more than the largest gain. So that one big trade cancels out that one big loss. So that's a good thing. Overall, impressive. What I would like you to do, like to work on, is just the risk management side. I think you have all the right
NPLX.
ingredients. It's just you're holding on to losers a little bit longer, and that might be because you got stuck. And I get it, and I told you too. Like if I have conviction on a trade, I'll stay into that play a little bit longer than I should be. but that's because I have conviction on that trade. And sometimes it goes against me, right? And then you have to like, you have to keep like adding on to the position to try and like recover it, and it's just a huge headache. Or you can just hold it and just wait to see what happens on the next earnings, right? Now, how do we get that average losses down? The first thing I told you is just scalp. Like when I mean scalp, when you think it's at a decent price, take a smaller size, take 20% of whatever you're allocating, right? And then make some profits on it. If you're buying the right stocks for this strategy, because you're buying and holding, the right stocks is not Tesla. The right stocks is not, you know, AMD. Like the right stocks for this kind of strategy would be stuff that has a lower beta, that moves along with the market, and more importantly, that is at a strong support level where you're looking at the weekly chart at this time frame, and you're like, hey, we have a weekly hold. I'm not talking about like 3 or 4 candlesticks on the weekly. I'm talking about like a really good hold. Like we had like a half a year of consolidation, and we're just about ready, and things are looking good. There's upgrades coming down. Analysts are bullish. TJ's bullish. When you have that kind of a setup, then take some size into that trade, make some profits in the beginning, and then hold on to it. That will help. Like that alone will probably decrease that average losing to maybe like, it'll probably cut it in half, which will increase your profit factor to like 3 times, right? So you're going to see that it's going to improve, which also is going to increase the average per share gain. And yeah, you'll notice that that's going to help your total portfolio grow a lot faster. I think that's the one thing you have to focus on. Once you focus on that and you kind of got that, down to a science, then reassess. Send me the new trading journal, and then I'll look at it again. Now I'm just going to go through your trades to see if I see anything. Like this was just based on those stats. So now let's see if I was right. I could be wrong on some of these.
DSE APY.
Right, so the next thing we're going to be looking at is here. So Tuesdays are your best days. All right, that's really good. You only trade at 12 o'clock. So I'm assuming that's the only time you have 2 trades. So we're going to have to change that. You're not going to get the best entries at like 12. You're going to want to try to, like for swing trading, you want to scale in. I don't think it's time-based. I think it's more like value-based. Like let's say you allocated $1,000 to a trade. You're only going to put $200 into it. I'd say because you're holding for 2 months on your winning trades, I'd say you do it once a week. I wish there was like a secret formula to this. And like, oh yeah, buy it on Tuesdays at 8 a.m. Like, no, it's not that simple. You have to use common sense too. Sometimes it's not going to work out the way you want it to. So yeah, keep that in mind. Next, let's take a look here. Don't go for volatile stocks. That's the one thing. Don't pick the ones that have higher ATRs. That's not what you're going for a swing trading portfolio. Now this, these are stats, guys. This is why we don't trade penny stocks anymore. This is the real stats. Stocks that are under like, I'd say $30. I'd say just avoid them altogether. It's not worth the risk. And if you are, like for me, like stocks that are lower, I actually, a tip from me is I base my position sizing like the weighting based on market cap. So the higher the market cap, the more I'll go in. The higher the float, the more I'll go in. The lower the float, it's going to be like a tiny position, right? Like TUP. Even though it's a nice stock, everything looks good, there's still that issue that it's a penny stock for me, right? Like any bad news is going to tank it for like, I don't know, that's like maybe like a 50% loss. So I had to prepare myself for that 50% loss. Second, just got to get out of TVIX here.
MTDR HUD.
All right, scaled out of TVIX. Johnny, thank you so much for
Ends.
that alert on TVIX.
You're welcome. Yeah, $10 a share there. I'm so happy. And guys, making 250 bucks using 25 shares and not having to do anything is like, there's no better feeling than making money using tiny size. This is just pure chart analysis and volume price analysis and believing in my confidence in myself. So if I didn't take the play there, then it's fine. The analysis would have still been correct. But why not take the play? I believed in it. I had my and I haven't taken anything off because I think that SPY is going to tank today. And that being said, yeah, I could take off a piece, 5 or 10 shares. But I already hit my profit target for the day,
SPEX.
so this one is just extra. Even if I take a $75 loss, I'm still at my profit target for the. So, and this all falls back to having a strategy, guys, and not always looking at the money point of view. So here, like every dollar up, why wouldn't I want to take profits? Anyone would. But I'm just believing in my analysis and going for the bigger move, trying to hold on as long as I can to as many shares as I can.
All right, so then we have this, and like, remember, I'm just going through the stats with you live. So
MP.
everything that I'm thinking in my head, I'm just blurbing it out here. And you'll notice the same thing. So you did really good on the stocks that like Microsoft, like higher market cap ones, like Run. I think Run is like a cheap stock, right? It's like $20 or something. And NKTR, I think it's around like 30-40 bucks. Citi, I did good on Citi. I think it was just good timing. I bought it when SPY dipped like 20%. So and Citi, I think I know exactly when you bought that one. GEG, again, see, you'll notice
IFMK.
that common trend. GE, it's a shitty, like, it's a small stock, right? It's trading like pennies. Not gonna have the best outlook on that one. But you did good on Plug, which is nice. STNE, well done. Now BYND, I mean, I'm not sure when you bought it, but it's probably doing that, the craze. Tesla, of course, we were bullish on it. It was easy. It was an easy play. Microsoft, well done on Microsoft, by the way. Yeah, so everything's in line. So you do really good with stocks, again, like I mentioned, like higher market cap, higher volume is important. Like when you have a higher market cap, you're gonna have higher float, right? Having higher float, you're gonna see that there's gonna be more shares being traded. So again, you don't want to trade those 1 to 2 million average volume tickers. Those are not your plays. Do not touch them ever again. I don't want to see this on your next update. Let's go down the list
Val.
here. So let's see how you did compared to
OMP.
you're a swing trader when you see this stat. So I see one thing here. So performance by entry price with the 50-day.
SXTC.
I think you're going too much size. If your losses are at the -1 to -1 to -5% mark, I think you're going in too heavy and you're taking that loss. Like, actually, I have to look through your trades to actually confirm that. The 5% ones, those are the hurtful ones. That happens. I mean, you can't really do
NOVN.
anything on that's the risk of swing trading. High rewards, but also higher risk. Oh, I said don't touch any stock with lower float. So you can see by that person's stats, he does not do good when the average volume is 1 million to about 5 million. So don't touch stocks within that parameter. That'll just help. Like, look at the losses. That's literally telling you if you just didn't trade that, you would have been profitable. So that's the one easy improvement. Now, I mentioned this before too, that it's important to know when you're in a open range, like a breakout on a daily chart, and when you're inside of like a range, right? So like I said, like you're a swing trader, obviously you're going to be making more profits when it's outside of the range and SPY continues to move up, right? So you're playing with the market. So what's important for you is you have to understand the fundamentals behind the market. You have to know what drives price. You have to know the market sentiment. You have to monitor that on a daily basis before you even wake up. Like I'm like before you trade, before 9:30, you have to know what the sentiment is on the market, what you're going to do on your plays. Is there something that you have to readjust? As a swing trader, that's a must. You have to do that every morning now. And this will actually improve based on that. Well, outside range, as in like, like SPY continuously moves in one direction day after day. Because most of the wins as a swing trader is also based on the market. That's why like we don't just buy stocks that we like on valuation. We buy it based on the market too. All right, so this isn't too bad actually. I like this one over here. You had one major drawdown and then a recent one, but the recent one is market crash. What PM me what
Ends.
caused the one in 2019 814? What happened?
AMZA. OVV. Trib.
So yeah, you have to explain it to me. I'm just gonna wait for your response. I want like a paragraph answer, as detailed as you can possibly be.
Next. BPMP. GMZ.
KJ, check me out when you have some.
Okay, so it might have been an import error.
SPEX.
So you know what? We'll get back to that one then. That question. I'll just go through the other. One thing I do want to acknowledge too, it's not just the bad, it's also the good. So this was your 2019. So it looks like it's relatively new. Lucky Days one bad day, most of it not so eventful. But the past 3 months, I mean, the market going down, it's not in your control. You can't really blame yourself for it. You can hedge, but I mean, if you're a new trader, I don't recommend that. You can lose, you can take 2 losses if you don't hedge properly. If you're not at that skill level to hedge, then you might end up with like a bigger loss, right? Now, taking a look here, January, February, you did amazing. So, February, obviously, we get that day, and you probably stopped out on Friday, Thursday and Friday, March 5th and 6th. So that's normal. So good job. At least you stopped out. So kudos for you. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. What else could I mention? Yeah, the rest I'll just PM you. Actually, there's one more thing. Let's see. So one part of your stats doesn't make sense to me. Actually, it does make sense. It just means you were trading something that like I mentioned in the beginning, you're trading something that goes against beta. And now again, like I've explained this too, when you look at anything, beta is not always correct. There's always going to be random sets of data
RGI.
that's just beyond your normal curve, right? And that's just normal. That's just part of the game. But again, like that's something that you can also avoid, right? On the day that SPY goes up, you want to be able to capitalize, especially if it goes up 2%. You want to be, hey, tighter stops on the stocks that aren't moving, because that's giving you a sign the market is strong. It went up 2% and your stock is going down, right? So you want to like tighten those stops up right away for those kind of days. Like when the market tanked and VIX WIX stayed up, I was in it. But now, like, obviously, I know it's just a matter of time before it has a delayed reaction and it tanks it as well, right? So obviously for me, I took profits as much as I can on WIX, right? And yeah, that's pretty much my tip for that one. There you go. That's pretty much it. Hope you guys like all learned something from there.
Yeah, that was a great lesson, TJ.
ENBL.
I'll be recording that later tonight. I'll be uploading.
And was it so hard, guys, just to go on TraderView? All this data is there. I don't mind analyzing it. I just can't go through every single one of your trades. It just does. It's not a good utilization of my. For the dream team, I used to do it on a weekly basis, and Tan was like getting mad. I was only supposed to spend like an hour or two, and then I ended up spending like till like Gabe. It was like from 8 p.m. to like 11 p.m. sometimes longer. And Tan's like, I just want to watch TV with you.
She's like, Gabe's more important than me. This sucks. Is Tan still there trading with you, bud?
She just wanted Netflix and chill, man.
I know.
Pump.
And I had to spend it with this ogre. I'm kidding, Gabe.
Uh,
That 1 inch doesn't make you an ogre.
it's okay. It makes both of us ogres, right?
What was Cypher's line yesterday?
I don't remember.
You're really doing something with the 1 inch. I forgot. Something along those.
I can't remember.
You're really stretching, squeezing, something like that. I forgot. But
Yeah.
anyways, that was still funny.
I can't remember either.
Yeah, so one-on-one tutoring, I'm gonna actually go into those trades. So I owe Mr. Blonde a lesson, and someone else too. I forgot. John's just gonna remind me when I have to do that
I
one.
already did the one-on-one with
Trib.
Mr. Blonde, so that one's
Greenhorn.
taken care
Okay.
of. Greenhorn is the
Um,
one that we're so those were supposed to be both of us doing it, but you were too busy with that, so I took care of Mr. Blonde, and he benefited. He's on the call right now. He'll tell you if he enjoyed it or not. But with Greenhorn, we need to discuss that later this weekend.
I'll
Just
do
waiting on you.
Greenhorn. I have I'll help him out.
Okay, sweet, perfect.
We'll book some time. I don't know. I'll try to do it over the weekend, Greenhorn, if you're free on like a Sunday. That's like my day where I go through my analysis. So, everything's going to be fresh. And just reserve like 1 or 2 hours. Have your notes ready. And yeah, pretty much. Also, I'm adding 2 people to the Dream Team. Now, Dream Team, I don't add a lot of people to it. I only add people that I trust to a high level for the fact that, it's trading strategies and stuff. And the people in Dream Team, I want them to have confidence in the people that are in it as well, because they have to work together. So I'm proud to announce that Mr. Blunt and Hitash will be joining our Dream Team now.
Hey, congrats, guys.
Nice. Two good guys.
Your dedication, I can see them. Like, I don't want to waste time with people that aren't dedicated, but I know both of you guys are like on the ball, ready to roll. So congrats, guys. You deserve personalized help.
You deserve professional help.
Yeah. At a molecular level, something's wrong.
That's right.
Ooh, congratulations, Hitesh. Nice.
And I didn't get Skyper's permission, but Skyper has been around since I think the get-go, and she's always been supportive of UT. And if I can't help her out, no one deserves help, to be honest. So I'm adding you to the Dream Team too, just so I can help you out as much as you've helped Dream Team. UTL, because even on the scanners, like Skyper has always been contributing, and she's always active and she's always learning and participating. And I want to be able to, give you back something as well. Hopefully, will like change your life in a positive way. Just one thing in Dream Team, there's a rule. You do not share anything within Dream Team without approval, because there's everyone else's, like, we all shared our strategies and stuff. So, it's personalized for that individual. You're not going to copy and paste those strategies. You're going to create your own. It's going to be a lot of work, by the way. I'm just letting you know up front. You guys are going to have to put in, like, I think at least 2 hours a day, daily basis for about a couple months, because you have to build your trading. First, you have to build your trading strategies. I want to see at least 5 strategies. And then I want to see your playbook, your rules, your guidelines, and your market preparization and your schedules, like what you're doing to prepare for the market, and kind of like how you set your goals. The charts is a must. So every single time you're going to have your own channel, you're going to post every single trade you took. You're going to write detailed explanations on what you did well, what you did wrong, and what you're going to do to improve for the next time. And I want it in picture form just because it's easier for me to like capture all the data all at once, so I don't have to go and find a chart on that time frame and on that specific day and then review it. It just like it takes up way too much time. And the other members on the Dream Team will be happy to help you. I know we got a sick team that is like dedicated to this. So
SPEX.
they're gonna be able to answer your questions even if I'm not available.
Now, this is exciting news, Tija. Nice way to maybe finish up the Friday trading session. It's just after 11:30 now, and I don't know if you want to do any other lessons, but I'm pretty much done for the day. I'm gonna call a little bit earlier today, and yeah, I hope everyone has a nice rest of the day. And feel free to message or post if you guys need anything. I'll be back here in a couple hours. I wanted to do some shopping before all the crowds hit like after 3 on the weekend. So if you guys need anything urgently over the next like let's say 2-3 hours, just PM my phone, my phone account, the tech account, and I'll be more than happy to respond.
All right, buddy. Enjoy.
Thanks, DJ. And again, congratulations to Hitesh, Skyper, and Mr. Blonde. And congratulations to all the other Dream Team members that are still in the Dream Team. TJ can be, quite demanding, and it's because he wants you guys to learn. So he's gonna push you guys hard, but it's gonna be well worth it. It was worth it for me, and I wouldn't give any of those hours back. Actually I prefer more of those one-on-ones that we used to have, but just time is of the essence, and TJ giving this time now is huge. So definitely take as much of his time as you guys can, because it's precious and it's hard to get.
And just don't break my trust. That's the one thing, because a lot of people put a lot of effort into the Dream Team. So, I like they trust me to be able to determine who is fit for it. So, if you break my trust, then, I'll hate you forever. And then the Dream Team members will hate me. So, just like a dominoes effect. So I don't want that to happen.
That's right. If TJ hates you, I hate you too.
Yeah, and me too.
And everything in there is proprietary. So do not share it with anyone. I don't care if it's your best friend from high school. Without permission, do not share it. We did not work this hard for someone to capitalize on it, like take our data and then fucking create a book, or worse, like, I don't know, create another chat room and I don't know, try to like scam people out of money.
But we might forgive you if you give us tacos.
Definitely not. Not even for tacos. Game.
FMO.
A night out with Jessica Alba, that I might consider. Now, Tan's gonna kill me if she hears that, but I'm joking, guys.
You have to say you're joking.
Completely a joke.
Oh, that's funny stuff. Record.
Kvet.
You get that one pass. So for me, it's Jessica Alba.
Dude, you've had like 21 passes though.
It's not my fault.
Darn hormones.
They just keep coming towards me. I'm such a nice person. I can't say no.
Probably the grin gives it away that you like them. When you just cheesy grinning at them and they're like, hey, Mr. Smiley.
I don't think the Lambo hurts either.
Yeah, probably not.
APY.
You guys still along TVIX, right?
I am from like 175.
Nice. I'm still short on market.
Amazing. Perfect. Okay, guys, I'm out of here too. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and yeah, talk to you guys later.
Cool. See you, bud.
See ya.
Okay, I'll be off in the background focusing on ES.
MLPQ.
Stop doing this. So yeah, my doctor told me I had to stay away from carbs. No,
It's a
that I
shit
think
of a
it's the
problem.
beer. No, I think it's actually, you know how I drank my orange beer, the Bud Light Orange. Like I love that drink. Like all summer I was drinking it almost every day. So I think it was that because everything else is pretty much the same. I only eat one meal a day. I call it intermittent fasting, but it's just because I don't have time. Imagine wasting 30 minutes 3 times a day to eat. Unproductive. Oh, actually, imagine being Gabe. Where's
Trib.
Gabe? Is he on voice chat? Ah, damn it. I can't make fun of someone that's not on voice. I was going to make fun of his egg um, diet. Yeah, when I eat one meal, like I eat like literally after like 6 p.m. and I'll eat till like 10, you know, like slowly. I'll try to eat. It usually doesn't happen.
OCUL.
But now there's a fancy word for it, intermittent fasting. I was like, all right. There's actually a diet program.
We're ahead of the curve.
Exactly.
SXTC.
Skyper, I sent you the invite. Oh, no, Cypher, we're going to have a problem. Now I'm going to mix your
FRGN.
names up again.
No.
No.
I kind of miss the old days when you worked us really hard.
AIG.
Like one of the things that used to happen all the time is we would have our meeting, right? And you would show up late, so we were already like an hour and a half into it, and we were about to wrap up. This happens so many times. We were about to wrap up the meeting, right? And then TJ shows up, and then you go on a long thing analyzing everything, and then we go for another 3 hours, and my wife is very upset at that point.
Yeah, I know. So was Tan, believe me. But hey, she's happy now, isn't she?
She's very happy.
There we go.
K.
See,
Alexi.
the end justifies the means.
It does.
Yeah, Cypher, that sounded a little bit too creepy. It was like, yeah,
she was.
put
She
thoughts
was
into my head that aren't good. It's actually a known thing, you know, like females are attracted to success. They should be, rightfully so. Like I couldn't be with someone that isn't as determined as Tan is. Like she has so much like really good organizational skills, which I don't have. You can see her her PC versus my PC. You can like see the difference on our like my desktop is just full of stuff. Hers is like neatly piled in like folders. She's like the left side of the brain. Actually, no, she's like the right side of the brain. I'm like the left side, so it kind of works. I don't think I would ever be with the person that's like not motivated. I don't care about money. It's not the money part. It's like if they're not motivated to do something in life, then they're not gonna truly be happy. So I think, Cypher, me, you, Gabe. I think. Well, I only know about us three. We kind of lucked out in that department. someone once told me this quote. It's like it's not what you do with your life is half the equation. Who you do it with is the other half. I thought left was like
PFIE.
like analytical. Oh, it's
Oh.
okay. Anyways, you guys get the point. She's the yin to my yang. Which is important, guys, because you have to remember, like, right now, she started school. She wants to help kids. That's her like goal. She has patience for kids, something I could never do. But honestly, that's why she's actually works so well with me, because she's so patient with me. Because well, for an example, like it's not just that I trade here. Like while I'm trading here, she's running the school. So then while she's doing that, I'm here, and then as soon as I'm done trading, I go to the university. And yeah, so it just a lot of work. Like I barely get to see her. I think I get to see her actually only when we sleep, Saturdays and Sunday. That's pretty much it. But you got to be dedicated to get far. And I'm just sharing this because it's important to like have that dedication and someone that's actually supporting you too, because you can't do it alone. It's impossible.
You really got to have it when you work from home and work for yourself too. Like you don't have anybody cracking the whip, and you got to have that like something inside you that just keeps you motivated.
So she's running a school actually for kids, like a private school, prep school. She enjoyed teaching you guys too, but then she realized you guys are just assholes. Kids listen. No, I'm joking. It's just like, for her, it's like she manipulates kids. Like she can like, like switch a situation around because kids aren't that clever. So, when a kid said something bad, she can like, I forgot. She gave me a example when
AMP.
someone was like, they were saying like hell or something or shit or something like that, and they're like, they made the kid say something else, like a different word that was funny, and then that kid kept replacing the word hell with that other word. So yeah, pretty cool. I was like, all right, you can do that with kids. You can't do that with adults. Can't teach old dogs new tricks. Oh, it was oh my god. That's the one. That's the face. It's not hell. It was oh my god. So then it was like oh my grapes or oh my some other thing. And for kids, that's funny. So yeah, I was like, that works. I say a lot of swear words. I'm sorry. Like that's just me. No censorship. But I'll try and like, limit it. It's improved over time by the way.
Ends.
Back in the day, it's like every trade I did good, it was like F yeah, F yeah. And then, doing 500 trades a day, it was just pretty much 500 different swear. Raise. Is there a certain type of scan I use? That's a good question. So depends on the strategy. If you're day trading, easy. You go with the highest ATR, something that's moving, a lot of media attention, a lot of traders looking at it, and that's why we have the gap down scanner, and we post like the best ones that we pick on our watch list. Now, if it's for swing trading, then it's obviously going to be based on fundamentals. That's a whole different ball game. I have a list of 4,000 something stocks. And it's all the stocks I have researched in my life. It's in one Excel sheet, and I keep updating it. And that's why I'm pretty good at it, because like it's the data that I've been compiling. and it took me the entire lifetime to compile that list. And so those tickers I know personally because I've been like, I baked myself into it. um, and that's what I kind of use. And I have a watch list of all those stocks that like really like, and I kind of organize it like which ones do I want to buy. It goes into like a certain watch list. Which ones do I think is toppy? It goes into like that I'm holding. It goes into another watch list. Then I have like a short watch list. That sort of thing.
SPEX.
And I got a good question that
Trib.
was asked yesterday about joining my hedge fund. So, like, I'm actually starting it at a small scale. I was thinking, like there's 18 people that I've selected, and I also like have to include my professor into it. And there's a few guys that are helping me out on my end, and then there's also a sales team that's also going to be helping me out. So, I have to make some room for them as well. And how hedge funds work on the pricing is it's really cheap to open it if it's under, I believe it's 20 people. Don't quote me on it. I forgot it by now. But when I was doing the registration, it goes by tiers. How many employees, like licensed employees, do you have? And then the fee is based on that. And it's just astronomical when you get to 100. So I was thinking, okay, like most businesses fail because they scale up too fast, too early. Like you see those businesses, the guys that just started their business and they have the fancy like business cards, and they have the fancy logos all over their cars, and the fancy websites, fancy everything, except their product just sucks. So instead of them investing money into their product or getting business, they invested into looking like it's the best business. And you'll see that trend in almost everything. And what happens is they tend to fail. So the easiest way to start a business is to start at the smaller scale. And because it's a lot of capital that I'm going to be investing all of my capital into it, right? Like all my trading accounts. That's why I also was renovating properties and buying
Logo.
investments, like properties, just because like that's my
AIH.
backup plan in the event, because I'm going like balls deep into this. Like this is everything for me. So and I'm putting like majority of my cap, like everything like I've earned into the fund. So for me, it's a
WTRH.
huge amount of risk. So because of that, starting it small makes sense. So then I have the least amount of costs, right? And as the profits grow, then obviously the business is going to grow and scale up with that. Also, it's not just based on trading too. Trading is good, obviously. Like I want a team that I can teach, but you have to be teachable. I'm only going to hire the most dedicated, of course, and more importantly, like they have to bring value to the table, and I have to be able to trust them. That's the biggest thing. Trust for me is number one. Um, let's see what else.
Ends.
Everything else I can teach you guys. Like I have no problem teaching you guys. Like I have so much Excel sheets that I can just share once the fund is open, and it'll make like fundamental analysis look like a walk in the park. It's literally just data entry at that point. That's pretty much all you have to do at that point. So that will be shared and all that stuff, and the models you'll kind of learn, and you'll be able to even like use our resources to back test your own strategies. And potentially what I want for the traders here is just to have their own portfolios that they can manage and using their strategies, and like slowly build their assets under management under their own book.
Val.
Oh, believe me, I have conviction. If I can trade my own money like this, imagine what I can do with more capital, right? It's just going to be easier, bigger returns on that scale. Well, I don't think it's bigger returns. It's actually going to be less returns because mine is, I can take risk. I don't mind risk. I have the skill set to build it back up, so I take higher risks than most people would. In a fund, it's going to be way more diversified, and risk is going to be capped. But risk modeling is something that I'm really good at. Even on a portfolio, I can the reason that I'm
SPEX.
able to make money, like on my hedge, like I shared with you guys the two worst days we had. What was it? March 5th and 6th or something like that. I forgot. What was the days? Let me take a look. It was last week, right? When we went down like crazy on SPY, like 10%. So, for me,
MP.
like I already knew what my risk was. I already knew how to manage it. There's ways that you can actually, I guess you can find the beta on your portfolio. And then you can kind of see if SPY does this, how much will my portfolio be impacted? And then based on that, you can be like, how much of a hedge do I need? What kind of a move do I need on my
IFMK.
hedge for me to be, at a certain level, like a percentage wise, up or down on my P&L? Oh yeah, Mar. I already have like people like dying to invest in it. I think I secured like about 220, 230. And that's from like outside, and they constantly want me to do it anyway. So I was like, this is the proper way of doing it. I'm not going to just trade someone's account. This is at least a way that everyone could benefit. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, there we go. Now we're just about at 250 now. Thank you, Soya. 250 million. So goal is to get to like that $500 million. After that, it's like smooth sailing. Oh, and also fee structure. I've modified my fee structure because I know most hedge funds do that 2 and 20. No, 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 no. I am doing something extraordinary. My fee structure will be on a quarterly basis. So I have,
NLVN.
well, not just me, but everyone in the fund has like incentive to perform on a quarterly basis. Yes. So it's a win-win.
PGNY.
I think that's the most important part too. Like having a good product is important. And for that, you know, so yeah, you'll get the discount.
VET.
Are we getting closer to the start of the hedge fund? You still waiting for like a bigger market drop?
Yeah, I need a market crash to time it perfectly. Because like, you know, if you time it perfectly, I can have it set up just like Warren Buffett, where I have zero losses. Like the most important thing, if I can achieve this, if I can achieve 5 years of no down quarters, the fund is going to grow exponentially. That's the only thing that I have to track, that 5-year period. After that, I can retire happily.
GASL. AMJ.
Oh, it's not trading view. My apologies. It's trader view. I'll just type. Guys, I don't tell you guys to buy any services because I'll never tell you to do that. This is the one service you have to buy. This is the one thing you need to be successful. 100% guarantee. Like that's something I can put my word against. If they gave me a promotion code, I'd probably post it too. I wouldn't go for the free one, guys. Like, go for the one that, because then, actually, wait, you have free commissions. You don't have to worry. I have to worry about commissions, so I have to pay for. Yeah, 100 trades doesn't go far. Believe me.
CLMT. AIG Plus.
All right, TVIX. I'm gonna take some
GMZ.
off. Wow, this lesson was amazing. I only scaled out once on TVIX. This is beautiful.
Pump. RTLR.
Oh, and then the ultimate goal would be to, like, be on the exchange, like Warren Buffett's fund. That would be nice. Because then everyone can participate. Like when you begin investments, like I won't be accepting any investments under like 100K because it doesn't make sense. I think because we're doing it in Dubai, there's actually a rule on that. I can't have a lot of investors. There's only select spots, and that's only till we grow. After we grow, then of course I'm gonna switch headquarters. I was curious about Ray Dalio. He did the opposite. He started in his apartment in New York City, and then he moved out of the city. I believe he went to, fuck, I forgot where he went to. I read the book a long time ago, but he went to, like, I want to say Greenwich, but don't quote me on it. Yeah, it was Greenwich. Oh, thank you, Meta. I gotta tell you, I'll never live there though, just because
SPEX.
everyone must be like cocky, and I'd feel like I don't like to feel like the bottom fish, so I'm really competitive. So it's like, what if my neighbor makes like a mansion? And I was like, damn it, now I have to.
GER.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had to trade 4 days a week on TTS. That's crazy. I thought it was based on a quarterly basis or like a monthly basis of X amount of trades.
I think that's the old article. The new articles, I'm just reading it off the article because I tried to look through the IRS fine print and I don't see it anywhere. But on the new article, it says that it has to be, you have to work 4 days out of the 5 trading sessions.
Does it say how many trades you're supposed to take?
Like you're supposed to work 4 days out of the week, and it says that out of the whole year, you're supposed to make 720 completed trades. But that's like easy.
It's nothing. Okay, that's perfect.
But that also means that you can't just make the 720
TBL.
trades and then just take off for the rest of the year. Like the IRS wants to see you like literally working for those 4, 4
Yeah, like an
weeks.
active trader. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, that
so
makes sense because people probably exploited the fuck out of this. So I did a lesson, well, not a lesson. It was just like a short little brief description on TTS, and I'll just mention it again because every trader should be under TTS status. It is vital. There's a lot of things you can write off. A lot of people don't know it, but yeah, there's a lot of things, and like this is what's gonna help you set yourself up for success. But again, this is something your accountant should be telling you before you even mention it. So make sure that you get a proper accountant. It took me a long time before I figured out. I found the one that I liked, and I just kept asking questions. That's the best thing you can do when you're looking for anyone, for any kind of advice. All you do is just keep asking questions, and if they're as knowledgeable as I am on my trading side, then I was like, okay, I'm confident letting him deal with it. And always get second opinions. People are gonna try and like tell you not to. That's why, like, real estate agents now, what they do is they try and make you sign that exclusivity thing. I was like, hell no, I'm never signing that. If you don't want my business, it's okay, but this is it's insulting to me.
PEO.
Don't like when you get to the positions like the scale that we're trading at, like me and Soya. You want to open a corporation, LLC, whichever one just makes more sense for you at that time period. I'd say like like I don't know about the American laws here. It's like you want to take advantage of making 880,000 because you don't have to pay taxes on the first 880,000 capital gains. So you're exempt from that. So you want to like use that to your advantage if you're like an investor, right? Now, the way most people do it is they use the property for that. So as soon as you have like around like I'd say like 500K, then you want to really consider moving. Actually, not even five. Yeah, 500 to a million is when you want to consider the switch.
P.
There's a lot of tax havens, Mar. So it's not just one. There's actually a ton of them. It just you have to remember, like like to be in a country like Puerto Rico and to be making that kind of money and you can't even spend it. It's like shameful to kind of spend money when majority of their population is just under poverty. It's like that billionaire in India who just built a entire skyscraper like that you can see from the slums, right? I would not be able to feel good about myself if I did that. So then I was thinking, and it just makes sense to do it in Dubai. Plus, you get that the Dubai money, which is also good. When I say Dubai, by the way, I mean Emirates. Like it could be in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi's moving up pretty good too. So
NBLX.
it's gonna be one of those.
FMO.
I don't like the negativity that they have on Panama now. So, I
MTGI.
feel like when there's a lot of eyes on it, then things are just gonna change. Laws might change, and
NS.
I don't want that to be too affected, right? But honestly, like where the fund is, that's like the least of the problem. It's just for me, it's the product and working on that AI. That's like the top priority. Luckily for me, my professor is just amazing. He is astonishing how like I don't know. I guess because he's been teaching, like when he explains it, I understand it. It's just yeah, it's amazing working with people at that like intellectual level. It makes you want to do more.
I think
NBR.
my friend is going the same route as you, doing the AI thing and making a hedge fund out of it.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
the future. It just makes sense. It's the only way to stay competitive. Plus, it's faster. Plus, you don't have to worry about the trading. You can worry about the other aspects of it, right? Which will grow the business.
BCRX.
Wow, stores in California are empty. Like, should I be stocking up? Am I gonna be the last guy to not stock up and just pay like fucking 1,000% premium when I One of my friends has a warehouse business. Can you imagine how much money he's making now? Shit. I'm gonna give him some ideas.
Eno.
Oh, I have a stock of alcohol. Don't worry. It'll save me. Wait, Soya, that's like all just warehouses?
Yeah, those are all zoning for warehouses. And there's 4 locations of where majority are warehouses. I've seen how full they are. They're like at least 5-story highs of just like shit ton of products. Like no matter how much people like spend in store, they're just gonna restock them really fast.
That warehouse business is crazy. I think his family started it, so he got like hand down to him.
Oh yeah, warehouse is like $25 per square feet per year.
And I was like, that's an ingenious business because what's your overhead? Not as much. You like security guards, of course. You have to have state of art security, some organizational.
Nah, there's
I
no
don't know.
security here. There's no security guards at all in these places. All you have is a rolling electric gate, and that's it.
With the keypad. Okay, that makes sense. Well, number pad.
TYHT.
Damn. Shopify, that's ingenious. Good job for them capitalizing on yeah, good job. This also like is something I wanted to mention. It's like timing is important. Like starting a business like that in this time period, like it's amazing. Gonna make profits. You're in demand. That's why starting a fund under, when the market crashes is so important too. Because like there's gonna be a lot of people in money markets and bonds and stuff, and they're slowly gonna be going back into
Vic, your mic is repeating TJ's word.
SPEX. PGNY.
Dude, that's so weird. It says my mic's off though, but I don't know. Always happens.
No, not
to me.
Nick. Vic.
Oh, Vic. All right.
Mr. Blonde. I'm just gonna mute you for now. Oh, actually, I think you fixed it. There we go. So yeah, that's the one that he's selling.
Yeah, my dad's selling that. It has 60% alcohol, I think, or 62%.
And then that's when you dilute it and then sell it, right?
You're funny. Wholesale price is 48 cents and we sell it for $2.49 now.
Damn.
Wholesale price for Perel, the US brand, I believe it's $1.52, and now it's selling online for like $8 to $10 for a small bottle.
I don't understand what the brand name does to hand sanitizer.
That reminds me, I need to call my dad to increase the price for hand sanitizer and wipes.
AIG Plus. OVV.
Revolution, great job on the trade. Well done.
MP.
So quantum, just a quick thing. The first thing you need to work on is capitalizing on more shares. More dollar per share. You're at 0.3. Ideally, you want to be at like 0.11, like 11 cents actually. Yeah, that's probably where you're going to start seeing some more improvements. So you want to hold on to those winning trades longer, but everything else looks acceptable for day trades. Now the losing trades, I want to see that change. Yeah, I want to see you, cut those losing trades a lot quicker than the winning trades. Do like everything else though, you're staying within your risk. The average winning trade has to go up. That you have to be able to capitalize on those bigger, like the trades that you're taking. I'm assuming that you probably take the right side of the trade. You just take profits out way too quickly, and then it continues up. And so for you, what I want you to do is track every single play you made. So you had 23 stocks. I want you to go back, chart it out, entry and exits. You can do this on TraderView, but I want to see the maximum move that trade made that you took. And I can guarantee you there's so much that you probably missed like 70 to 80, actually 70 to 90% of the earning potential on that trade because you scaled out too early. I know because I've been there. I'm not talking like like I talk from experience. I'm not talking out of my ass. These are stuff that I've made mistakes too, and it's stuff that you
ICRN.
kind of like learn from. So yeah, hopefully it helps. Quan. Like for me, it's easy. I do multiple strategies. I've probably tried out majority of strategies. So I know like the risk involved and how like one strategy's risk profile and metrics are gonna look way different from from like any other one. So it's easier for me, Alan, right? Like when I'm trading larger sizes, even holding 500 shares
GNCA.
makes the world of a difference. Like on Netflix, I think I bought, yeah, it was 500 shares I held. And, for that position alone, it was like $6,000 for me in profits, right? So yeah,
MTBR.
like for me to say it now, it seems like it's simple. When you have a smaller account, you don't have that flexibility, right? So Johnny, I always tell him to keep a piece because I know his portfolio size. So for me to tell him to like, it's the right move for him. For you, I don't know your portfolio size, so it's a hard answer. But I always encourage people, take half off. As long as it went over 30 cents, like usually it's like I want to see at least 30 cents in profits. I don't want to ever take a trade where I don't see 30 cents. Right now for me, it's I want to see $3 a share. That's usually my criteria for getting into a trade, unless I'm scalping. There's a lot of volatility now, so I wish I could be like, oh, I see $3 a share, so I'm gonna like take only trades at $3. But with the volatility, it can go either way really fast. So because of that, you're gonna see me like reduce that target that I've set for myself, right? And that's based on the market conditions. So you have to incorporate everything. This is a holistic game. You have to like be able to take all the data and use it to your advantage and know when you have a good hand and when you don't, right? So yeah, I hope that helps out.
Trib.
You'll notice that's why I'm so active these days when there's volatility. That's where we make money as a day trader. When market was just ripping, all I had to do was just buy and hold and just look for different stocks. So that time period, I was just doing more research, finding out the best deals, like deep analysis into my own positions, preparing for what's going to come next, like looking at my like stress testing my portfolio, that sort of stuff. Right now it's just I already have everything done. I already knew what was going to happen if the market crashed, so it's already being implemented. So for me now it's just like quick money in and out, make as much trades as you can. So if you don't have unlimited day trades, go with a different broker until you do, right? Like what's the, like, I don't know about you guys, like what broker you guys have that gives you unlimited, but I know like, TradeNet, it's unlimited. You're trading CFDs. Unfortunately, you have to like go with them if I don't know. What do you guys have any trade anything that does like where you can trade unlimited amount of times? Like under PDT rule? Oh, CMEG. CMEG is also good. So Killer actually used it. So remember I told you guys Killer used trader no, what is it? TradeNet, right? But then, after he made that huge short, and made profits after, and like we made a lot of profit. There was a time period where we exploited TradeNet, and I think I was one of the first to like literally exploit it to like the full potential because I was going heavy into positions. And then everyone started doing it. So then they caught on, and then they added that 3 cent rule on the top and bottom, and then slippage was like a lot more than before. And you couldn't mark it in and out anymore because like you had to like change your hotkeys for that to incorporate the 3 cent rule. Then after that, the broker obviously like the odds were stacked against you more because with CFDs you're trading the broker, you're not trading equities. You don't own the underlying assets. You're just trading against the broker, and the broker is using the odds that 90% of real retail traders lose. They're using those odds to their favor, right? After a while, what they'll do when you are successful is they'll switch you to equities, so you're not trading CFDs, and they're still making their commission. They're making their spreads, but they're not going to take their risk. With CFDs, there's an algorithm that they use that'll take the same trade in the open market, or they'll take the opposing trade on the open market, depending on your win rates. You get it? So it's literally mimicking your trades. So it's using your strategies and just applying it in real time, right? So there's a lot that goes on with companies like that. But CMEG, that one's actually probably the better one because that's straight equity. So yeah, I know Killer T used it. Now he's working at 7 Point Capital. So who am I to say it's not good? Because he recommended it before too. So, and I trust his word. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt though, because I've never used the platform. No, he now uses DAS Trader, right? But the question was if you're under PDT rule, if you're an American citizen and you're under the PDT rule, I don't think you can use DAS Trader to like cheat that rule, right? So Kevin, you're right. It is sketchy. That's why you don't hold too much money in those offshore accounts, right? Now, all of them are like registered. They are like FINRA registered. So, on that aspect, you're safe. Now, what you want to look for is SIPC, I believe. That's the, I think you can put up to 5 million, if I'm not mistaken.
SPEX.
It's SIPC insurance. Let me quickly find out. Oh, sorry, 500,000, but 250 cash limit, which that doesn't make sense. So I guess they'll cover 250 in assets and 250 cash. I don't know if CMEG has this, but you might as well check.
Vet.
Let me quickly ask Killer. I'll be back in a second. So that's the one thing too. You got to be careful on. It's like um day trading, like when you have PD2 rule, what if you get stuck in a position and then you have to sell and you don't want to because like it's the worst thing to take a loss, right? Or put up with a loss just because you don't want to be banned for X amount of days, right? So I find like you gotta like play with the hand that you're dealt, right? Like you notice one thing about all of us, like we're so dedicated to this. We'll do whatever it fucking takes to get there, right? And that's just like the mindset we have. Like Killer T, when he came on yesterday, he mentioned he was ready to move to New York. Who leaves San Diego to go to New York? Nobody, right? Like it's such a beautiful place. Like why would you want to go to New York, pay more? It just doesn't make sense. And he was willing to make that sacrifice, leave all his friends, moments notice to work for that fund, right? So, you know, um, that's dedication. That shows a level of dedication that a lot of people should have, right? So
SPEX.
the same thing happens when you're trading, right? You got to work with what you got, and like the rules are restrictive. I know it's a stupid rule they have. It's because there are so many bad investors and so many people that don't have money that just invested everything, their whole life savings into the market, and then when they lose money they lose everything. Like they're the people that are already um at like the bottom end of everything, and for them to lose everything, that's a devastating moment, right? For people with more money, we can recover it back. We have the skill set. We made it at one point, we can make it back another time. Mentally, that's a different story, but like, when you look at the position, so it's like a double-edged sword, right? So in one way, yes, it does help so that the masses don't do stupid shit, but in the other hand, it's also bad for people that are really good. Now, if you're as dedicated, and I know you guys are dedicated, I can see it. You guys are active, you guys are doing it, you guys are following instructions, you guys are like on your game. So it's not going to take as long to get over that 25K, especially with the team helping you on our like at UT. It's not going to take long. So I think it's worth taking that sacrifice to get like an offshore broker. I know they say offshore brokers are sketchy, but my first broker was an offshore broker just because they had free limit orders over 200 shares. So, I went with Trade Zero. That was my first broker. And plus, the first few years, you don't have to claim in Canada, you don't have to claim taxes for 7 years. Like you can just file it all at once. So what I did is instead of me taking all those tax rebates, I didn't actually file. So what I did was literally, I had to pay a penalty, but I did the math. It just made sense
GNCA.
for me not to pay. I'll just take the penalty because I was actually making. I can accumulate more wealth in the beginning, and I'm not suggesting this for you guys. I am not saying to do this. I repeat, okay, disclaimer. Because you will get charged with fees. There's no way that you won't get charged, and if you get, sometimes it might be different. Like when I did it based on like right now, I'm pretty sure the tax code is a little bit more strict now. um I just found that that's how I was able to get ahead, right? So yeah, so an offshore broker made sense for me. They didn't report to the CRA, so I was in charge of reporting. So I take the full responsibility of it. But it makes sense for me because I was able to like grow my account exponentially in that time period. Plus, you're not supposed to be trading when you're in a firm. Most analysts have offshore or bookies is what we call them. So we run it through someone else just so we can trade, not to like trade on inside data, it's just so that we can do what we love to do. Because majority of the job is not fun. Yeah, well, you're not gonna get good support teams. Like, you get what you pay for, right? So you're not gonna get that level of support like on Toss, on something like CMEG. It's in Trinidad. That guy's probably like on a yacht right now,
MTDR.
celebrating as we and he's got to pay for the gas. So budget cuts. The employees have to go.
SYRS.
So check on CMEG website. They should have SIPC insurance. Remember, I never used their service personally, so can't really comment on it. I don't know what their fee structure is like, and it's
Ends.
actually it's actually like IB. Like the interface is pretty much the same as IB. Wow, look at this message I got as soon as I went on the website. Boo. I can't even look into the website. That sucks. I'm running VPNs. It just like I don't want to switch my VPN. Have it set up perfectly for trading. Increases my latency by like 0.2, like 2 milliseconds, I think, but it's a worthy trade. VPN doesn't help with trading. It's just like I chose the VPN that it works the best for trading, like the lowest amount of latency.
Eno.
VPN is just for my personal protection. You know how many people would love to dox me? Imagine if I'm like my Tesla trade and I actually like someone doxed me at that point. Like, is that what you call it when they like hack your modem or
BIOC.
something and then they like, oh no, that's DDoM, right? Yeah, DDoS. Okay, that's the one. DOS. There you go. So I don't want that shit to happen. I don't know anything about it, but I was like, okay, better to play safe than. Well, I guess that too. It's the other way around. Canada doesn't like those trading services. Hi Tash, just use the chat.
P.
Well, Russia has to play it hard. Can you imagine saying no to Putin? It's the last thing you'll ever do.
GNCA.
That guy wants to keep his job. So Ocean Grove, that's why, right? Russia can expand because when oil prices are low, they can take advantage of buying out companies that aren't going to be able to break even, right? They can take advantage by like partnering up with other companies, increasing their oil supply down the road, right? And it's like there's a whole situation when it comes to that. And then more importantly, it's like cheaper oil. Yeah, it's not good for him, but you know who it's worse for? It's every other major producer. So you know, taking a small hit for yourself to take a huge hit for your competitors, that's a huge advantage in his business, right? It's what is it, predatory pricing, right? Yep, short-term pain, long-term gain.
BIOC. Trib.
Yeah, I'm not like guys, like I've done it before, so I can't. I'm a hypocrite if I say I didn't do it. But you have to be careful swing trading, any 3x, 2x, anything like that. Just how it's structured. It's technically designed so that they make money. Now, there is exceptions to the rule where there's going to be a nice move between contracts. You're technically taking a little bit of risk, but I mean, there's no reward without risk, right? But you'll notice too, like even on TVIX, like if I swing trade, I swung 500 shares that's it from large positions, and yeah, that's pretty much what I would recommend. Egg, whenever Cypher's, I'm not sure if Cypher's on, but he traded SOXL before. Oh shit, you guys see Facebook? Oh, look at that daily chart. So Chris, I talked to a chemical engineer. He works for Shell. He um he works in, what is it? I think it's Colombia. Yeah, Colombia. It's a drug country. That's how I remember the name. So, you know, I asked him the same question. What's his viewpoint on crude? And then I verified it with a friend of mine that I actually went to school with. And he was like a derivatives trader for the like commodity side, mostly, particularly in the oil side. And he said the same thing. Like, Shell is prepared to make the switch from fossil fuels to like cleaner energy. Um, they are just waiting for regulation. So what they're doing, and this is why oil price was staying so low too, is like everyone's trying to milk out like as much oil as they can while they can until regulators catch up, right? So they're literally just waiting. Like, remember, it's like a huge chess match, right? Because they have lobbyists around the world that are trying to like prolong the inevitable, right? And while they're doing that, they're preparing for the inevitable. And then, like even their engineers know, like they're actually like ready for it. They are prepared. They know exactly what they're doing. They have a strategy down, and it's just regulations that they're waiting on. So, you're gonna notice that like when the switch happens, like I'm gonna be buying that fear on those companies. Everyone's gonna like tank those stocks. When that change happens, like now I can use that data to my advantage, because now I know that they're already ready, and we can buy the dip on at that point. And that's probably gonna be like my big oil trade if I do one. Yeah, that's why I don't like oil. There's so much politics. There's so much, like global macros that get involved, and it's just a headache. You have to keep up with this stuff, and imagine like I like US equities because it's the same time zone. I only have to trade like a couple hours. It fits. Imagine trading like oil and swing trading it. Like technically, it's gonna be difficult. Things are gonna happen around the world that's gonna make an impact on it more than if I just trade within like one economy, right?
Nebulu. Eno.
Ah, shit! I just realized someone sent me a PM about like a month or two ago to look into their trader view. I didn't get a chance to, and now I can't find your PM. It's like lost in my PMs. So just PM me again.
MRAM. MP. SPEX. BIOC.
John Doe, nice job on I know. Funny, I still remember this stock. I took a huge loss on this a couple years back. Actually, I know exactly when. It was around May 2017.
Eno. IDP. APY. PVAC. DRAD. Kvet. WTTR MP. Eno. SPEX. PVAC. OSS. SPEX. AIG Plus. MTDR. LAT. BIOC. TYHT. SPEX RCKT ENBL ASIX ENO WTTR HES ENS ASPS SPEX. NBLX. Talo. P. PVAC. Trib. IFMK. Eno. OVV. RRD. On. GASL. Eno. ENBL. CRA. JMF. P. NBLX. BIOC. PVAC. SABR. Ends. APY. OIH, MTDR. PAR. Talo. OSS. WTRH. Eman. IFMK. ERX. UWT. UCO. OILU. WTIU. Eno. USO. NBR. MP. P. JMF. IFMK. NOVN. JYNT. PVAC. OIH. MTDR. CS. GASL. ENBL. XES. WTRH. OVV. ON. SHLX AMZA. NBLX. ERX. IFMK. TRST. Eno. IMMR. TTT. TMV. BBN. ATV. TBF. RLJA. TBT. Tops. MTDR. VET, CS. CVET. MLPQ. ENO. OILU. GNCA. UCO. UWT. WTIU. XES. PNNT. TRNX. SPEX. CRA. OIH. GLDM. DGLD. NBLX. FLMN. ENBL. ERX. MP. P. TMV. GASL. TBF. MTDR. TBT. IFMK. SGMA. VET. VOR. CVET. PVAC, VAB. SPEX. MLPQ. CS. SPHB. CVIA. SRLP. XES. AGS. EEX. OVV. GTNA. OMP. CBLI. MP. CRA. OIH. P. Vet. XP. ENBL. FRGI. PVAC. GASL. FENY. MHLD. SBOW. MTDR. ERX. ASIX. WTTR. VOR. MRAM. OVV. MLPQ. WTIUMP. Taka. Eno. MRAM.
Yeah, like over 50, $40. I mean, yeah, like 40, above $40. Those are the stocks I usually trade.
XP.
Okay, let's get this, boys. Let's get it. Let's get it. Ooh, 20 minutes is left on the market. Let's. Yes, sir. Good job, Jay Z. Good job.
GNCA.
That's perfect. Beautiful trade, bro. My INO is popping. I'm gonna sell it right when at 359. I'm selling that everything. Jay-Z, I
IFMT.
just bought TVX. I bought it at, let's see. Bought it at 180.63. Yep. Hopefully it's gonna hit maybe like 190, 192. Currently in loss of doubt. I bought like 6
ESA trim.
shares. Yeah, 6 shares of it. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. Jay-Z, how much shares you have invested into TVX? I bought like $5,000 worth of it because I've never invested in ETFs before. Oh, okay. Big man with big money. Yeah, for sure. About Codex, yeah, I'm like $30 profit with that. Just bought it. Codex is a nice stock just to literally just trade and buy and sell in the duration of like 40 minutes max for Codex. I might invest into Tesla before the market closes today. True. Very true. uh, what can you say? Coronavirus really just changed the entire stock market. And let's just admit it. No company has a cure for the corona. That's a fact. They're all eventually gonna go down. All the coronavirus stocks are eventually just gonna hit zero. I don't know. I think it's the last of it. To be honest, we'll see what happens when the stock market opens. I don't think I'm gonna sell. I don't know for now. I might just keep it. Yeah, it's rushing down. I might just keep it to be honest. Okay, guys, I'm done trading for right now. I'm gonna trade after hours. Yep. I'm gonna trade after hours. After hours, I know it's probably gonna go up.
OIH.
Yeah, me too. Have a good day, everybody. Nice talking to you guys.
XES.
See you tomorrow, guys. I mean, Monday, most likely. Yeah, Monday. Have a good day. Bye. And also, whoever bought INO at say like over whoever bought INO around like $13 or $12, just sell it. 12, 11, 12, 13, around those numbers. If you bought INO, just sell it. All right, that's all my advice. Bye.
Vor. SBOW. MP. Eno. OOMA. SPEX. MRAM. Taka. RBB. MNLO. FOMX. Aqua. MP. SPEX. XP. Fizz. INTL CSWC TCBK Taka MNLO WTTR PEO WTRH
you.